We're ready.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Welcome all to the March 12th meeting of the Camarillo and Oxnard Airport Authorities. We have a big turnout. I can't imagine why you all are here, but welcome. Why don't we start with the Pledge of Allegiance? Councilmember Santangelo will lead us.
Yeah. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. First up, roll call.
Okay, for Camarillo, Vice Chair Kelly Long,
Here.
Supervisor Vianney Lopez, Councilmember Tony Tremblay,
Here.
Councilmember Susan Santangelo,
Here.
and Chair Scott Bear.
Here.
Okay, with that, we do have a quorum for tonight for Camarillo. We have Supervisor Kelly Long,
Here.
Vice Chair Vianney Lopez,
Here.
Councilmember Bert Perello,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gabe Tron,
Here.
and Chair Barbara Filkins.
Here.
Okay, and thank you. We do have a quorum for Oxnard as well.
Okay. Any changes to the agenda, Director?
Chairs, we do not have any changes to the agenda tonight.
All right, next up, approval of the minutes for Camarillo.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second.
Okay, we have Vice Chair Kelly Long.
Yes.
We have Supervisor Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Tremblay,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
and Chair Bear.
Yes.
Okay, and we do have, the motion passes 5-0.
And for Oxnard Authority, first and second,
I'll move approval.
I will second.
all in favor?
Aye.
And then that motion passes 5-0 as well. Okay.
Okay, next up on non-agenda items, I'm sure 99.9% of you are here about the hangars. But on other than hangar items or any other thing else on the agenda, we have one public comment from Mr. Matt Talent. Matt, would you like to step up and give us your comment?
Chair Bear, would you like us to read the public comment prompt
We've
before?
already called Mr. Talent. Let's let him speak and then we'll do the ones that were emailed or mailed in. Mr. Talent, you have.
How's everybody tonight? Very good. Excellent.
You have
Yeah, I'm just,
3
look-
minutes.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Anywho. Citizen Camarillo, I know the airport's expanding. Everybody's here for that. I hope we are anyway, but I just want to know, are we ever planning on instituting a curfew on any of the activities at the Camarillo Airport? Much like Burbank had, it shuts down at 10 o'clock. I know that we have jets flying in around 11 o'clock or whatever. I'm just wondering, is that on anybody's agenda? That would be a yes or no question.
Well, we do have hours in is it the bylaws or the
And what are those hours?
Joint Airport Authority? But Director Freitas is probably best suited to answer that real quickly. Keith, could you give us just a quick 30-second briefing on the hours restrictions?
Yeah, sure. If you need to speak.
Just everybody.
Go for it.
Yeah, to answer the question, joint powers agreement between the city of Camarillo and Ventura County in 1976 limits the departures between midnight and 5. All of their operations, arrivals outside of that, arrivals are 24/7. So that's where we stand with Camarillo.
Okay.
Yep.
That ever plan on changing because obviously as traffic continues to grow, which everyone, most of you are advocates for. If we're having Lear jets taking off at midnight, isn't that kind of a disruption to public life here? I know Burbank shuts down at 10 and that's a major airport. Why are we not following kind of a similar guideline?
So we spent a lot of years in that whole realm of talking about that, and maybe offline, we can have a conversation about that, the limitations of what we can and can't do. So that's probably,
From having a curfew at 10 o'clock.
thank you. This is probably an agenda item,
Yeah.
but
Mr.
I
Cal,
mean, look, we all read the social posts, and I think everybody in the planet in Camarillo feels strongly about this.
Mr.
And
Cal, my
so I'm just
suggestion,
taking this moment to like kind of bring it up, let's get it out in the open, because if you're gonna start allowing more and more jets in here, which you're planning to propose more and more hangars to allow, and hang, whatever the case may be, obviously the people that are flying the jets don't care about our, bedtime. So.
Mr. Chair,
Once you're, is this being considered?
If
at all?
if I could just interrupt for a second. Our public comments, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Cool, I got a minute left. What say you?
Okay, and so I just want to make sure you understand, this is the time in which our board listens
Okay.
to what you have to say.
Sure.
Because it's not an agenda item, we can't go back and forth in
Copy that.
discussions.
Okay.
And so that's
Cool.
why our director gave you your card so that he could have a discussion with
Well, I appreciate you guys hearing me out. I hope I didn't disrupt anybody's plans here, but,
you.
thank you.
That's
All
what
right,
public
very
comments for.
good. Awesome. Have a great night.
Thank you.
thank you. And we have some comments to be read into the record.
Okay, to the members of the public who wish to address the authorities today with the live public comments on any agenda item, please visit airports.venturacounty.gov/meeting calendar for participation instruction, streaming links, meeting IDs, and passcodes. In-person speakers will be called upon first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will be called to speak after the agenda item is presented. For in-person public comment, please fill out a speaker card and submit it to the secretary before the end of the public comment period. For remote participants via Zoom or telephone, please accept the prompt to be prompted to speaker and unmute your mic when it is your turn to speak. Members of the public are allotted 3 minutes per speaker per listed agenda item at a single meeting, unless the time allotment is increased or decreased by the chair, depending on the number of speakers. Please use your time accordingly.
And we do have one general public comment on Zoom whenever you're ready to take that.
Let's take that.
Okay, Pam Swickle, if you want to unmute yourself and your time will begin when you begin speaking.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Pam Swicklow, and I have been a resident of Camarillo for 35 years. I want to thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts and concerns regarding the Ventura County Department of Airports RFP for the Camarillo Airport. When looking at the 3 proposals, it is clear to see that the only one which addresses
Ms. Swokop,
supporting.
Ms.
Yes.
Swokop, we'll have public comment on that agenda item later in the evening. So if
Oh,
you,
I'm sorry.
that's okay. This public comment period is for non-agenda items. So
Oh, my apologies.
you could stick with us for a while. We'll get back to you for this agenda item.
Got it.
Okay, thank you very much.
We have no other public comment for the general comment.
Jerry, you want to take the next one?
Call for changes on the consent agenda, which is our next item. Are there any changes from the Oxnard Authority?
Then I'll motion to approve consent items for Oxnard.
Do we need to do a roll call or can I just say roll call?
You did
Okay,
good. Last one.
okay.
Go for it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Back to you, Scott. Back to you.
Do we not need
So that motion is approved.
that we
It's up to the chair if they want to do a roll or do a all in favor and
they
Ms.
did an all in favor.
Yes.
Do you have to acknowledge the motion carries?
Liz will go ahead and do that when she gets her roll in order.
Yes, that motion passes 5-0.
Great. And for the Camarillo Authority, do we hear a motion on the consent calendar?
Second.
We have a motion and an approval. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Carries unanimously.
And that motion also passes 5-0.
Okay. To the regular agenda.
I can take the first item,
Go
which
ahead.
is to receive and file a monthly staff update from Communications and Engagement Manager regarding Ventura County Airports.
Good evening to you all. My name is Jeanette Haragi. I'm the Communications and Engagement Manager and Public Information Officer for the Ventura County Department of Airports. With so many moving parts happening at all times, we wanted to take a moment this evening to focus on our commitment to our stakeholders, pilots, neighbors, community partners, as we look back on where we started just a few years ago, how we're navigating existing projects, and also how we are collectively working toward the future of both Camarillo and Oxnard airports. It was clear in the fall of 2021 that it was time to hit the reset button and begin a new era in community relations, not just with the pilot community, not just with neighboring residents, and not just with our community partners. The effort had to be fully inclusive of all stakeholders, with an added goal of trying to bridge the gap between all entities. For the airport to succeed, it could no longer be us versus them. Trust had to be built, and then it had and has to be maintained. Airport administration listened, and for Camarillo Airport, pivoted from a master plan process to an updated airport layout plan that was designed for full stakeholder engagement, with the underlying focus being on how Camarillo Airport will continue to fulfill its grant assurance obligations and obligations as a former military base turned general aviation airport as required in the 1977 deed documentation. There would be no changes to how it operates and no amendments to the joint powers agreement with the city of Camarillo. Simultaneously, the Department of Airports launched two Part 150 noise compatibility studies, one for Camarillo Airport and one for Oxnard Airport, to address noise impacts on neighboring residents who, quite frankly, felt unheard. All three projects wrapped up in 2025 after more than a dozen total public meetings, not to mention several planning advisory and technical group meetings for each study made up of members representing pilots, community partners, and neighboring community members. Recognizing federal limitations when addressing noise concerns relative to changes in air traffic patterns, the Department of Airports introduced Fly Friendly VC in September 2022 as a voluntary program designed to provide pilot education and guidance to ultimately improve quality of life in the air and on the ground. Initial meetings were scheduled with air traffic control teams at both airports, along with community members and pilots, to ensure full buy-in of the program to get it off the ground. Ongoing pilot education, annual pilot fly-in events, and check-ins with the air traffic control teams and neighboring residents have continued as new ideas and improvements to the program are made. The culmination of this work so far has resulted in changes to annual noise comments, down 10% in Camarillo from 2023 to 2025, and down more than 80% in Oxnard from 2023 to 2025. On average, a majority of the monthly comments from each airport, approximately 85%, come from 3 households. This doesn't mean that our work is done. It simply means we must work toward continued progress. Additionally, the Department of Airports began tracking data related to monthly operations for both airports and nighttime operation data specifically for Camarillo Airport due to increased concerns from the community regarding private jet operations. Data shows that annual operations are down at Camarillo Airport from the data collection start date in January 2022. And while operations are up at Oxnard Airport, the air traffic control team and local pilots in particular have responded accordingly, following fly-friendly VC procedures whenever safely possible to minimize noise impacts. Nighttime operations at Camarillo Airport are down 14% between 12 a.m. and 5 a.m. between January 2023, when data collection began, and December 2025. Nighttime arrivals on runway 8 have increased by 43% since 2024, when airport staff began meeting with chief pilots who utilize Camarillo Airport, and since changes were made to the ATIS messaging. All part of the process improvements made to Fly Friendly BC. Another driving force behind building and improving relationships with our stakeholders has been the development of marketing and communication strategies that aim to build visibility of both Camarillo and Oxnard airports, educate the public about airport operations, and make the airports more accessible to our neighbors. As part of this effort, the Department of Airports introduced several educational marketing pieces available to the public on everything from basic information related to how to connect with the airports to more topic-specific pieces like flyers related to Area 805 and Fly Friendly BC. The Department of Airports also developed a Spotlight Story project, highlighting 16 stories and counting, focusing on topics covering philanthropic work, stories of historical relevance, and critical resources like medical flights and the Ventura County Aviation Unit. Work to make the airports more accessible to the public also includes the development of an airports tour program that is available for groups of adults and children alike to provide the opportunity to see firsthand how day-to-day operations at the airports work. Most recently, the Department of Airports unveiled a redesigned website to address feedback both internally and externally regarding ease of navigation and organization of information. New fly-friendly VC educational materials are being developed and will continue to be, along with continued work on projects like the approach and procedure analysis in Camarillo Airport. Providing community updates via our email or e-blast system has been vital. More than 1,000 people are reached with messages related to Camarillo and Oxnard airports, all made possible from marketing the development of a Join Our Mailing List form on our website. It's been about being fully invested in listening to our neighbors, to pilots, and to our community partners, and about providing a transparent process with a clear and consistent system of communication. One that will never be fully completed, but rather an ongoing project designed with the flexibility to meet the changing needs of not just the airports, but our stakeholders as well. And up on the screen, you'll just see some of our newest marketing pieces and educational pieces developed just this calendar year. Our tour flyer, our airport tour program flyer, to be unveiled officially next week, our Runway 8 postcard, trying to promote Runway 8 arrivals, particularly late at night, whenever safely possible, to minimize noise impacts on the Camarillo community. And then the fly-friendly VC signage, gate signage, that is up at both Oxnard and Camarillo Airport. Thank you.
I would actually like to speak a little bit and thank you for your hard work, Jeanette. It really has paid off, at least at Oxnard. I'll let Chair Bear talk about Camarillo.
I'd have to agree. I think that Jeanette, your efforts for the last several years have really made a difference, and we appreciate all your hard work. Sometimes I know it's not fun, and you get a lot of calls that you maybe don't want to listen to, but you do, and we appreciate that. Go ahead.
Jeanette, I also wanted to say thank you to the stakeholder engagement. I think that's been really good for our communication and response to our community, knowing that we are neighbors and we all have to work together. And so I just really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. For those in the room that aren't familiar with me, I don't come from an aviation background. I come from a communication background. And I was telling Keith the other day that I feel like I've learned and grown with the community through this process. And I just appreciate the dialogue and working together to find the best, most feasible solutions that we can. So thank you.
And I'm sure at times it's felt like drinking from a fire hose, but you've done well.
The learning curve is steep, but it's
Very
good.
steep.
It's been good.
Thank you for all your efforts. Any other comments about the community engagement report? Okay.
Chair.
That one first,
Just
go ahead.
for the members of the public that are standing, there's still empty chairs here. There's no need for you to stand. There's empty, I'm sure people will give you seats. Right up here in front, right back there.
And then for the record, there is no online comment on this item.
It makes the members of the board feel guilty watching you stand.
We'll let everybody get seated, and we'll get to the main event in just a moment. Okay. So is everybody ready to talk about hangars? All right, let's talk hangars.
Scott, I'm going to step down because I am going to make a public comment
Okay.
or comment as a member of the public.
Okay.
Okay.
At your convenience. I don't know if any of you tuned in and watched last night to the advisory commission. We're going to do a little different format tonight. The way we're going to do it tonight is we're going to have a presentation by the first person. If we do alphabetically, it'll be Air 7, and then authority questions from members of the panel. Then the next proposer and authority questions. Then the next proposer and authority questions. And at that point, all the members of the public who are here will have heard questions and answers and presentations. And then we'll have the public comment period. so that in addition to what you've read online, you will have heard all the proposals and all the questions that we've asked, and you'll have the full range, hopefully, of knowledge that might impact what you want to talk about. As far as public comment is concerned, I don't think I've ever seen a stack this big on one issue. I would urge you to listen to what other people are saying. If you say whatever you'd like, but I would urge you not to be repetitive if you don't think it's important based on what other people are saying, because it's going to be a long night as it is. And the hope here is we can get through it efficiently. So I appreciate your cooperation, your courtesy, and Director Freitas, you're on.
I will kick us off. Thank you, chairs. Name is Keith Freitas, Director of Airports, Ventura County. Let's start with our first slide. So by way of history, those that attended back in December remember that we sent out RFPs for 2 parcels here at Camarillo Airport. One was a 1.9, one was a 1.4 acre site. Going farther back, those were interest from businesses at the airport. They wanted to accommodate existing demand they had. We actually told them 2 years prior to kind of hold that, freeze that, because we were in the middle at the time of an airport layout plan process. So we finished that process, and now we entertain those interested parties. And then we followed the FAA process, which is do competitive solicitation for interest in those parcels. So that's kind of where we are right now. And I'll kind of start with at least the schedule, how we see the flow going. So tonight's meeting is really kind of an outlier. We're taking the process out and inviting those proposers to come here and kind of give an overview, 5-minute, couple slides of what they're proposing. So that's tonight. Then airport staff does their normal process, which is evaluate those proposals. Again, for the 2 parcels, we only had 1 interested party in the 1.9 acre, and then 3 interested parties for the larger 4.1 acre parcel. That happens in the April timeframe. Then we're going to come back probably in the May timeframe to our Aviation Advisory Commission and the airport, Camarillo Airport Authority, and kind of present our ranking and how we came up with that. And then we would move, the next item would be for us to move into negotiations with that top candidate. Negotiations on a lease typically take 3 to 6 months. I have the shorter time frame. So maybe the June timeframe, September, we bring back a lease for consideration, both to our AAC and our Camarillo Airport Authority. And then ultimately that would go on to the board. So that's kind of how it's laid out. So it would come back multiple times in this forum. So that's kind of where we are right now. What I want to talk about is, and there is a whole bunch of stakeholders. They're here tonight with different views and thoughts and perspectives. But I kind of want to start with one of the big questions that we've heard a lot from some of our stakeholders is, let's do nothing. Let's not do anything at all. Well, for those that attended our Part 150 noise studies over the last 3 years, you've heard things like grant assurances. So we on a regular basis take federal grants to help us maintain the infrastructure, the runways, the taxiways, those large capital projects that can be in the tens to $50 million plus. Every time we take one of those federal grants, grant assurances are tied to that. And we agree as a county to keep the airport operational open for 20 years to all kinds of aviation uses and not to be discriminatory. I won't make up the language. I'll just read it. And by the way, these are documents in our library on the online for the airport. And it says things like it will make the airport available as an airport for public use on reasonable terms and without unjust discrimination to all types, kinds, and classes of aeronautic activities. So there's a whole bunch of those kinds of statements in the grant assurances. That's the first document. The other one that's overriding, because this is a special facility, it was the Oxnard Air Force Base back in the 50s and 60s, ultimately was deeded to the county in 1976, 1977. And that has its own deed restrictions that come with that, obligations. I say obligations. It has some of the similar language, but it has an important clause at the end of that that says, if we don't keep this open as an airport open for development improvement, like unjust activity, allow activities not to be unjust, they can the federal government on 60 days notice can send us a notice that they're going to take the airport back. So those are all the obligations we start with when folks ask, can we just do nothing? Just freeze as we are? So the simple answer is no. But then we get into the process. So that doesn't mean we don't have a say in what happens. So let me go to the next slide. Oh, I might have pushed too many buttons. Did I mess it up? Help me out, Denise. Oh, there it is. All right. So these are the guiding documents which were required to do master plan. We just did the airport layout plan update, which is a piece of the master plan. That update kind of captures forecasts, projected uses, and how we're going to develop the airport. So all that's captured in that 2+ year process we just completed. So we're consistent with that. And what I wanted to show here was kind of the parcel. So I think I can use the laser pointer maybe. There it is. So that's the 1.4 acre, 1.9 acre site next to the air traffic control tower here at Camarillo there. Only one proposer for that site. And then the 4.1 acre site is there. We had 3 proposers for that. And the other orange is this one up here, which we said, if you don't repair like for the existing small hangars there, you had to do something else. And this was kind of the something else location for that. The other thing that this map shows is the only remaining aviation development sites are these 3 black dots. And the most important one probably I want to highlight is this parcel down there. That is the former landfill site of when it was a military Air Force base, and the Army Corps at this point won't allow any development on it. So it's potentially may happen in the future, but they've been studying it for several decades and have no interest in releasing or allowing any development on it at this point. So that's kind of an overview. And the other thing that's up here in the legend is kind of the size and acreage of the other developments that exist on the airport and how many jet aircraft each of those have. APL, the bottom one there, 3 jet aircraft on 12.3 acres. So that's kind of an overview of where we stand. Then we get to this whole process. So again, what this is doing for the airport team and the airport team that will evaluate these proposals are myself, our lease manager, Madeline, our development projects manager, Danielle, Jeanette, who you met, our communications engagement manager, and then Aaron Powers, who's our deputy director overseeing administration. So the 5 of us will take, and this is just a piece of it. That's why tonight is happening. Again, it's an outlier. We don't normally do this, but over the course of the 3 years of our Part 150 noise study, over the course of 3+ years of just all of our stakeholders' input, we're taking all of that in, and that's ultimately what is built in to our ranking criteria that was part of the RFP and capturing that. So tonight is important for us as well. But you can imagine, and I'm just rattling off a few of the comments. You know, we have things like, we want the airport enterprise fund to be strong. We want no environmental impacts. We want no jets. We want no small aircraft. We want you to create jobs. We want new aviation services at the airport. Keep aviation rents low. We want to ensure the airport enterprises fund and healthy so that we don't have to ask for funds from the county's general fund, things like that. Support Young Eagles and other neighboring community benefit programs. Build and maintain this infrastructure you have. Some of it is 20, 30, 40, 50 years old. Keep everything the same and no development. So, I mean, all of these things, and I have a complete appreciation and admiration for all of the elected officials that sit on the airport authorities for all the things. So you do this on a regular basis, having to balance. And that's what we put up there is all of our stakeholders taking those into consideration. And then ultimately that's what you'll see in a recommendation. So then I'll just go back to, again, this is kind of just a high level. We are starting tonight in March. That's the AAC Aviation Advisory Commission last night, and the Camarillo Aviation Airport Authority tonight. April, we do our evaluation rankings. We probably will come back in the May timeframe to report back our findings and ranking. And then we start with lease negotiations sometime in June. And again, that takes 3+ months. If it was as short as 3 months, we bring that back to this committee and the Aviation Advisory Committee, get your approval, your input, and ultimately it's on to the Board of Supervisors for the final lease. So that's kind of the background. Happy to answer any specific questions you might have. Otherwise, we can.
Sure. Thank you. Keith, a question on the time frame. Is it mandatory that we hit this schedule, or if we run into delays of one way or another, does it matter if we're hitting these dates accurately, or can it be a couple weeks off and so forth?
Oh, it could be months off. What
Okay.
it couldn't be back to our obligations. If we were
That's why I asked.
purposely looked at stalling the process because we don't want to do anything, that's where we will run into a federal concern. But yeah, these are just general guidelines. Again, I talked about the leasing negotiations. That could be 3 months. We could take a detour because there might be some additional information that's requested. Those kinds of things happen. That's normal. If it looked like we purposely were just doing nothing, that would be a
You
problem.
have to do things in good faith.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Mr. Tremblay.
There we go. Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. Keith, thanks for the report. Some questions for you on the RFP itself, and I'm going to begin on page 8 on the evaluation and scoring criteria. Section 6 on page 8, which is, it provides that a 10% weight is going to be provided on the quote unquote developer's financial strength and projected financial plan, including ground lease and other business terms. So for each proposer, for both sites 1 and site 2, how will a developer's financial strength be evaluated so the authority is assured that a developer possesses the actual financial capability to complete the project?
Well, I would answer it this way, and we've done these kind of developments for many decades. So we kind of have a skill in that process, but we start with about 30 attorneys legally that we have in the county as legal support. We have our own lease manager, but a whole bunch of analysts that help us in the financial side when we're looking at specific financials. So all of that kind of goes in the process, all the way to the point of when we enter into a lease and construction starts, we do things like construction bonds. We don't want an entity starting the development halfway through going, say, bankrupt, and now we're left with a half constructed building. We do construction bonds, which require them enough money that if we had to step in, we could finish the project
You
ourselves.
mean a performance bond and a payment bond?
Those
Labor
various,
and materials bond?
usually a surety bond, construction bond, depends, goes through the project. So we start with all the resources we have and the expertise we have internal, but with the 10,000 or so employees in Ventura County, we have a lot of resources and various expertise to help us in the evaluation process.
Okay, thank you.
All the way to, do we already know these entities? Are they existing businesses with us? Are they a publicly traded company? I mean, it depends what they're providing us, and that's kind of what we're assessing.
Well, and thank you for that. And the RFP specifically delineates what a proposer must provide in their proposal, and it includes evidence of their financial strength, their project financial plan, which includes a ground lease and other business terms. So I'm just curious on the approach. But it sounds to me like you have an approach that you would utilize with, did you really say 30 attorneys?
I think that's the number.
Apologies to the chair, that's a lot of attorneys.
Yeah.
A lot of it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things out, not for the airport specific, but there's a lot of skill sets. We have one attorney for the airport specifically, but if there's a specific area of expertise, we have a lot of resources within the county.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ferrello, you had a comment? Yes.
Mr. Freitas, will the PowerPoint that you presented be available for the public to see?
Yes, ultimately we will. The PowerPoint presentation. add that online after. Yes, we will add that online after.
Second question, can you share with the public, does the city of Camarillo have any input into this matter?
Well, yes, they have input. Again, they are one of the many stakeholders I talk about. So, we attend meetings with them. I meet on a regular basis with city management, both city of Camarillo and Oxnard. They're a member here. We hear their input and again, it's not just this issue, it's all of the issues and those stakeholders. So simple answer is yes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And wanted to thank Keith for this. He kind of mentioned it, but I wanted to reiterate that this isn't a normal step in an RFP process to have public presentations and public comment input. So just want to thank the staff, and tied to the previous item, the discussion about community engagement, that, this to me is a further demonstration of the department's effort to meaningfully engage with the community in this process. So I appreciate everyone who has taken the time to that extra step in this process of these properties and the proposals that are being considered. So thank you.
And I'm gonna add to that just for 20 seconds. I think this is indicative of the department's efforts to be transparent. Under Director Freitas's leadership, it's a different era, and the transparency and the public engagement is really appreciated. So thank you for that. Hey, anybody else with questions or comments on the director's report or the director's introduction? All right. First up, our friends at Air 7.
Thank you. Members of the authority, everyone here tonight in the community, I want to say thank you for joining us. I'm joined here with Bob, our CEO, Brian Clendenin from Guardian Asset Managers. I'd like to start off by telling the homeowners, people in the community, Air 7 is not looking to increase the amount of jet traffic at the airport. That is not our goal. As I'm sure many of you are aware, we are quite literally 1/3 the size of all the other FBOs on the field. By ramp space, hangar space, we don't have a lot of space. That said, what we're looking to do is accommodate our already existing traffic and bring a service to the airport that it doesn't currently have. On the pictures up there on the screen next to you guys, you can imagine our ramp is completely full of airplanes nearly every day. What you probably don't know is the planes in the back of that hangar at night, myself, my line guys, people that come with us, that work with us every day. We come in at 1 or even 2 in the morning, and we'll pull planes out of the back of that hangar. We'll leave them on taxiway, Foxtrot, and Alpha for 2 or 3 hours at night at 1 or 2 a.m. And to be honest with you, could you imagine if a plane were to taxi by at 1 or 2 a.m. and you had a Gulfstream that's 5 feet off the ground, 8 feet off the ground? You're not going to see it. It's a significant operational and safety hazard for our current operations. And again, we're not looking to increase the jet traffic. We're just looking to accommodate our existing operations, and we're looking to provide a service that's not currently available at the airport. Can I do the next slide? Oh, thank you. Air 7 is proposing to install a large-scale MRO facility at the airfield, and this facility will not only work on piston airplanes and jet airplanes, but also turboprop airplanes. I have a lot of customers that they utilize our services day in, day out. This is the one thing that they ask for. They come into our facility, they say, hey, we're going to be here for 2 weeks. Can you do this? Can you do this service? I have to say no. I don't have ramp space. I don't have hangar space. So what do? They leave our airport. They go to Van Nuys. They get maintenance in Van Nuys. And then they come back to Camarillo and they pick up their owners, their executives. This causes a lot of increased noise for the neighborhoods. And not only that, we're losing out on the tax revenue. Some of these large calendar month inspections that this airport would, or this facility would accommodate, are $300,000 to $400,000 for one inspection. In our proposal, you'll find pictures of like a design plan for a hangar, right? They're going to show little airplanes in a hangar. Those are not transient customers. Those are people that are here already on the field getting maintenance. They're going to be here for 3 to 4 weeks on jacks that I can't currently accommodate. I want to reduce the noise. I want to reduce the traffic. I care nothing Like, I care so much about the homeowners, and I'm sorry if I get emotional because I live it every day. I have friends in Old Town, and it bothers me immensely that other operators, and you can ask Jeanette this, I get calls, I get emails, I get text messages about other operators that operate at this airfield that don't abide by the Fly Friendly VC program. We require all of our tenants to do it when it's operationally safe to do so. Can I get the next slide? That said, this particular facility that we're proposing would add 50 permanent skilled aviation jobs and would provide a net impact to our economy, like payroll wise. We get $4.8 million for these people every single year. These would be employees that are purchasing homes, services, goods in our local community. And this proposed development that we're doing, I have Brian here with us tonight with Guardian Asset Managers. We didn't want to increase our footprint at the airport. We don't want to be in a small airplane hangar manager, right? We don't want to tie up all the land. We don't want the small hangar owner to feel obligated to use our services for fuel. And we also, when we looked at it, he can do it more efficiently than we can. It's cheaper to hire him to move these hangars and build these facilities than it is to use us. That said, a T hangar that we're proposing would be $750 a month. One of the other proposals tonight, and not to call anybody out, you know, for a refurbishment of the existing infrastructure, we're looking at about $100 a month difference. These are hangars that we're putting in that have bathrooms attached to the outside, sprinkler systems, electric doors, modern facilities. They're going to be around for the next 50 years. We're not looking to put a Band-Aid on the existing infrastructure. We're looking to give the airport a service that it doesn't currently have and reduce the traffic over our neighborhoods. And again, we'd like to reinforce our commitment to that fly-friendly VC promise. As it stands, like I told you, we already require our customers. This is not a program we need to implement. We already do it every day. We want to either attend or host an open house event so that the homeowners, you guys will have a direct line of communication between us and the airport. So you know who you have to hold to account. And again, thank you everyone for coming out here tonight. The hangar owners, members of the authority. I see a lot of familiar faces in the audience. Again, I know a lot of you have had hangars for 20 years here on this airfield. I've worked here for almost that amount of time. I know how much it means to you guys, and it means a lot to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Let's go to questions from the authority. Councilmember Tremblay, would you like to lead off?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Matt, thank you for your presentation and thank you for the thoroughness of your presentation. And I want to ask you some questions after reading the RFP. And I'm not just picking on you.
Please don't. Hey,
let me just finish. I've got questions for all of the proposers. So let me work through that if I can. In reviewing your RFP.
Yes.
And referencing page 11 and the second paragraph of page 11, the RFP specified a replacement of the hangars in similar equal size and number. And your proposal, if I'm understanding it correctly, I think deviates from that requirement and proposes a 60 by 60 hangar configuration. So if that's correct, then can you educate me on?
I'm going to bring Brian up here because he's an expert in this. Again,
okay, that'd be great. Let me finish asking my question.
Sorry.
Okay, no, that's all right. So you're bringing in a proposal for a size that's different than what the RFP asked for. So in your proposal, you stated that 40 by 50 box hangars are typically not cost efficient during construction conditions. Why is that? You're going to give me an education, so thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, Brian Clendenin. Nice to meet everyone. So when we size and design hangars, we do it on a couple of things. Obviously, the size of the aircraft it's going to accommodate. Standard T hangar is going to accommodate someone with up to a 42-foot wingspan and a 12-foot tail height. From that, the next class of airplanes goes above 50 feet. Into the 60-foot category. So we typically jump to the 60-foot wide. That also affects the tail heights. So now you have to get a little bit taller building. Okay, so that area between 42 and 55 feet doesn't increase a lot of different aircraft you can use. Okay. So we try to appeal to the masses. That's the idea.
Okay, all right. The proposal says that you can deliver the 60 by 60 design at a comparable cost. I'm quoting from your proposal. So what is comparable cost? In other words, what is the delta between in the difference of lease payments for existing tenants? In other words, what amount of increase would the tenants pay, the existing tenants pay, because of a larger configuration?
You know, when figuring out what we can pay, obviously there's the economic impact, making a lot of assumptions. Ground lease rate, what the property tax situation is, the fee structure and all that stuff. So what I did is I went to the market in general from everyone, similar airports like Chino, as an example. I own 120,000 feet at the Chino airport. And I took what I've been getting there, what new hangars are going for at the Chino airport. And then I took the difference or the delta, applied what would be a reasonable cost of capital, and that became the number. That's the same thing for the T hangars. So to compare a 40-year-old 40 by 50 hangar with a current 60 by 60 hangar with bifold doors, 500 amps of power, nice lighting, it doesn't do much good. You really have to just take, okay, I need to satisfy this size range of airport. How can I do, or of airplane, how can I do it the most cost effectively?
No, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm focusing on a language that was in the proposal relative to the cost comparison and the delta for an existing tenant. I guess, am I correct in assuming that if an existing tenant is using a smaller configuration and they don't need a 60 by 60 configuration, they would in effect be required to pay more under the 60 by 60 configuration that you're
If
proposing?
you're in a 40
on the spot.
if you're in a 40 by 50 hangar,
Right.
you can fall into the T hangar lease rate category, which satisfies that requirement.
Okay.
Okay, because you have a 40-foot door, right? A 40-foot wide door. So you're gonna fit in that 42-foot wide T hangar. So that replacement tenant would then take a T hangar. So that would be the 750.
Okay. On paragraph 3 of page 11, the proposal states that, I'm going to quote, replacement site facilities. And again, these are tough questions. I'm putting you on the spot, but I really appreciate your proposal, just like I appreciate the proposals from the other two folks. The proposal states that quote unquote, replacement site facilities are designed to accommodate corporate aeronautical tenants and commercial aeronautical service providers. Does that leave room for the folks like me, the John Q citizens who have had their planes I don't have a plane at the airport, but who may have had their planes at the airport for many years? The focus seems to be on corporate aeronautical tenants.
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Just to interject, it might just be the language of the RFP. The idea behind the box hangars, the executive hangars, is we wanted to give everybody a creative solution. We could make an example like a 50 by 40 hanger, right? And that might be $3,100 a month or $3,200 a month. It's not a far gulf or a far delta from like a 60 by 60, but in our proposal, we're open to creative leasing solutions. It potentially would give the people that are leasing this space the ability to either quote unquote sublease to offset the cost of the hangar. Because as it stands, a 50 by 40 to accommodate a small hangar, again, these are 50-year developments. So if you're looking at building a hangar in a 50 by 40, how many planes today are going to utilize that space? And then how many planes in 10 or 20 or 30 years from now are going to utilize that space? And then is that going to be economical?
And by the way, I wasn't reading from the RFP.
Okay.
I was reading from your own proposal.
So yeah, I got you. Yes.
I'm quoting from your proposal.
Yes.
On page 11. Okay. So putting you on the spot that way.
Yes. No, and I appreciate it because all feedback is.
There's another proposer who has represented new hangars will be leased on a priority basis to existing tenants and aircraft owners on the KCMA wait list. Would you make that same?
Yes, of course, without question.
Okay. On page 14, the last sentence proposal says that, quote, the replacement site is planned to provide a flexible mix of private and corporate aircraft storage for personal use, unless the airport elects to authorize commercial aeronautical service provider operations within the executive box hangars through sublease agreements. Are you advocating for that latter approach?
So at other airports, that we have the 60x60s and you may get like a small AMP or something like that. And so we were keeping open the option of them coming in and being able to lease one of the hangars and have an airplane in or out. So that was the idea of commercial. Within specifically, not to talk on at the Chino Airport, they have hangars on the frontage rows that are actually commercial designated. They're the only ones on the airport that have that. So I have tenants that are work on helicopters. I have tenants like AMPs that work on airplanes. Wanted to make that potentially available to a tenant if the airport authority was comfortable with it.
A final question, and it's on paragraph 2 of page 17 of your proposal, in case you want to take a look. And it was up on your slide. You made some rental assumptions for a replacement site. It
Correct.
included T-hanger rentals of $750 per month, executive box hanger rent of $3,800 per month, full service gross rental rate reflecting current market rental prices for modern general aviation hangar facilities in Southern California. I know you mentioned those, but how do those compare to what tenants are currently paying at the airport? So we're back to the Delta question.
Yeah, a lot of it.
I came back to it.
Yeah, I see where you're going.
Answer the Delta.
A lot of it has to do with the doors. Quite honestly, that's the doors. Yeah, the doors and the heights. It's a major expense. We could save, we could cut the door costs in half by putting in some old sliders that, that'll be maintenance problems as opposed to going maybe with a bifold or a hydraulic door. That is a major improvement over what they have there. They're all going to be sprinklered, fire sprinklered. Then they're just upgraded lighting, possibly epoxy floors, stuff like that. Just a nicer product, because that kind of is today's market and what most people are looking for.
Understood. Where I'm going with this is I'm trying to understand the delta and the difference in the rates that would be charged versus the existing rates. That's where I'm going with this.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to hide the ball.
No, it's no problem. When you buy buildings, you buy them based upon weight. The cost of steel has to do with weight. So every time you go up, right, they go up exponentially. So then you have to, and then the doors go up exponentially. So you have to factor that in. And when you run the total cost analysis, that is about the cost of capital, the yield at the cost of capital, making assumptions again on the lease rate, the property taxes, the fee structure that would achieve a yield that's similar to today's cost of money. That's just what it works out. Then you compare and contrast it to the market.
Let me just come back to the original question.
Okay.
If I'm an existing tenant, what am I going to difference between?
Where you going? You could go into a T hanger.
And what's that rate?
Oh, what is that?
Oh, that's.
I believe, and I believe the current T hangers, some of them next to us, they'd be $350 to $400 a month, right? So we're looking at a $300 a month increase for a new T hanger with sprinkler systems, electric doors,
Okay,
bathrooms.
thanks. That's where I wanted to go.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I'm going to jump in. I'm guessing that if we took a straw poll of the hangar occupants and owners here, well, it's occupants because those are leased or rented hangars, that most would be most concerned about having a roof over their heads, keeping their aircraft out of the elements, and really don't care about epoxy floors and bifold doors, and would rather pay $1,050 a month for their box hangars and not pay $3,800 a month, which you're proposing. So it seems to me like your proposal prices out the current tenants by more than tripling the rent for the box hangars, and they don't need 60x60. So how do you respond to that?
Probably adding another row of T hangers. That would probably be the best solution.
Wait, these people want their box hangers. They don't want to be in. They don't want to be in a T for whatever reason. They're long-term tenants on that back row. They're ensconced in their hangars. They like being in a 40x50. They don't want to be in a T. So why are you not proposing smaller boxes at a more reasonable rate?
It can certainly be done.
Why aren't you doing it if it can be done? You're trying to make a case for a 60 by 60 and how important it is and how economical it is. And the fact is you're losing sight of the hangar tenants now who are paying $1,000 a month, and you're a little over 1,000, and you're proposing 3,800 for a box hangar. That's not fair to the tenants.
Okay. Yes, there's,
Okay.
no, there's,
You don't care?
we can make modifications to the plan to try to accommodate that.
Why don't you think about that?
Absolutely,
And
absolutely.
think about doing something that the current tenants don't have to pay more than triple what they're paying now. And the T hangar occupants are paying $450 a month now. And Matt just said, oh, it's just another $300 up to $750. Well, that's $3,600 a year of their hard-earned money. So perhaps you can rethink your cavalier approach to $300 a month and come up with a more reasonable rate for the T hangars.
And with the assistance of, you know, through the lease process, that would help. There are different costs that we had to make assumptions on. There are many ways that the airport could help us reduce that cost. Definitely.
All right. Couple other things. I think we've beaten rent to death. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to interrupt. Just real quickly, I want to check in on, I know we stated at the beginning of this item that this is a bit out of the ordinary for an RFP process. And I just want to make sure that we're cognizant of looking like we're evaluating them at this point or providing input in this process, because when requests for proposals are done, there is a fairly standardized way that that's done and then reviewed and then scored. And I just want to put that out on the table in questions that are coming up about clarifications, or they start getting into suggestions or modifications of the RFPs. So just want to put that out there, and then also be mindful that we have a few others to go through beyond just this first one. So I just wanted to bring that up as well. Thank you.
Next. You had touched on your community engagement, but I did not hear anything about EAA or the CAF in your comments. Obviously, those are important tenants.
They are, and as
Excuse me. Obviously, those are important tenants for the airport, but also for the community. So I'd like to hear what your plans are for engagement with both of those organizations.
we, and Scott, I'm sure a lot of people in this room know, we regularly let the CAF use our ramp and our leasehold, even though we don't have space. We let them put their planes there for their events. Their event planner was my wedding planner. I send her business every week. I forward calls to her. I personally, we have the ability sometimes to take events in our hangar. I don't do it. I give them to her because I know that they're largely community funded. And I expressly, and I'm sorry, I told them I wasn't going to call them out because I didn't want to dox them with the community.
Then please don't. Let's speak about what Air 7 is going to do.
Okay. And as far as the EAA, Jeanette, again, you can ask, we're the only FBO. We do like an explorer program. We do field trips. I bring kids in our hangars. I take them in the airplanes. I give them interviews with pilots, mechanics. I give them career advice. We just had, I think it was, it's not Casa, I think it's Casa Pacifica, like like bad behavioral kids. We had field trips to our facility. Again, the Explorer program. We're the only FBO that does that on the field. We do this all the time. We volunteer our time. We would certainly be open to hosting the EAA. If we get an MRO facility in, I would like to bring in those kids. We even hire the Civil Air Patrol. I have three employees that used to work there. I make it a point to hire people in the airfield who want pilot's license, they want careers, right? They're already doing engagement. Those are the people we go after.
I had a comment made to me recently that the construction of your facility, the proposed construction,
yes,
in Site 1 would cause EAA to lose all their parking spots on the side of their hangar. Do you have any remedy or any sort of relief for them so they don't lose that revenue?
We, in our proposed, again, if you look at our RFP, they still have all their tie down spots where they're at. I will be candid with you. I've been down there and talked with Robert. We were open to doing again, this is the CAF owns the EA leasehold. In our RFP, we accommodated the taxiway that the airport laid out, and we asked in the question and comment period if there were any like changes that could be made. And the response that we got back was that we had to submit to the RFP to the letter of the RFP for that. So we couldn't come up with creative leasing opportunities with that regards to that taxiway. But they didn't lose their taxiway. From their door to our hangar proposal is 100 feet. And then if you look back on my slides, I encourage you to do so if you guys have the ability to. We understand that there's a parking lot that's designated in the RFP, but that was simply because our designer was just filling it out to the RFP. If you go back one more slide, please. On the right there, on the far right, on the top image, you can see all the tie downs. The taxiway is 72 feet wide plus another 30 feet. So it's like 100 feet of clearance. So that's like 3 172s wingspans.
What's the clearance now between the existing hangars and the EAA hangars?
To my knowledge, it is that same taxiway. The only difference is that before they used to taxi between the hangar rows. So they taxi next to Air 7, down the taxiway, through the hangar rows, and then they do straight because they want to make sure they want to do a turnaround. And to be abundantly clear, we would be totally okay with them using our ramp space to do that. We would accommodate them on the ramp. I wouldn't charge them. I would encourage it. We don't need all of the ramp. We only need a little bit of it. If I had, like I said, I'm a third of the size of everybody else, and I'm operating 90% of the business of the largest FBO. Our operation is the most efficient on the airfield we're landlocked too. We can't go anywhere. We borrow space from the CAF to park our planes there. We borrow taxiway space from the airport, right? We are the busiest FBO on the field. We have nowhere to grow, but we're not looking to increase the traffic.
But it seems to me that you are going to increase the traffic, or you've got the aircraft are going to, the number of aircraft is going to expand to occupy your ramp. So I don't know that you're really able to commit to EAA to be able to use your ramp, because most of the time I'm guessing it's going to be occupied by Gulfstreams and Citations.
They, as it currently stands, are the tenants that utilize our facility. They know that they don't have long-term parking capabilities with us. So they fly in, instead of staying, they'll drop off their passenger, they leave, right? They go back to their home base. Extra traffic to the airport. I can tell you this as someone who's worked here for 17 years, and I was a line service technician. I started at the bottom. Every month, I could literally designate a quarter of that ramp for them, and I could make it work. I could literally have double the amount of traffic that I have now and still make that work. I only need, another 30,000 square feet of ramp, which we used to use when the large aircraft parking was available. I'm sure you guys all know Air 7 used to take airplanes down to transient. And then that was gone. We don't have the ability to use that anymore. So we have to borrow space from other people.
Would you be willing to put something in writing for?
Yes, without question, I would guarantee them space.
Make that commitment.
Yeah, like 20, 30,000 square feet. I would guarantee them that every month, whenever they wanted it.
Supervisor Long.
Thank you. I, first of all, would like to say thank you for answering all of our questions. Some are a little bit more directed than others, and I do appreciate the information. Also appreciate your business here at the airport and to be working with everybody. So I just want to say that this is an RFP process. Like Dr. Tran over there stated, this is our time to learn more about your project. And so we'll be going through that process. And I'm sure our staff will be asking more questions as things go too. But thank you very much.
I just want to expand on one of the points that Matt made. When he keeps saying we're not going to expand the amount of traffic, and then the question was, well, you're obviously going to grow. We already have those existing aircraft. They're here. They sit on the ramp. They sit in the hangar. We're like an airline that oversold tickets. If everybody shows up at the same time, I've got not enough seats to put everybody on the airplane. So they're already here. All we're trying to do now is we're landlocked. We can't go left. We can't go right. We can't go north, south, east, west. And we've been asking for years and years and years just to get a little bit more ramp space and one hangar for long-term storage. In other words, when we get people come in here and say, well, we're going to be here 2 or 3 weeks, we've had that hangar designated, part of it for the MRO, and part of it for the long-term storage, so they can sit there for 3 weeks and not have to go back to Van Nuys or Burbank and then fly back and forth to pick up their passengers, increasing the amount of takeoff and landings. So we would have that one hangar dedicated. I had the good fortune in the military flying off an aircraft carrier. And I can tell you right now, your space is limited on an aircraft carrier. And you don't put an airplane somewhere that you can't get to right away that you need. We're in the same situation. If somebody says, well, I'm going to leave tomorrow morning, but the only spot I have is back in the corner, I got to empty an entire hangar out just to put them back in there where they fit because they want to be in the hangar overnight. And then the next morning, I got to move everybody back out on a ramp, put him back in. That increases the safety margin of hitting a wingtip to a wingtip. Have one of the line service people with rotor blades turning, props turning, jet engines turning. It's a big safety concern. So that storage hangar allows us that flexibility to take a long-term storage and stick them in there. And the overnighters are just right there. We can get them in and out and get in and out and keep our ramp open for transient traffic. Because right now, some days if somebody just landed unannounced and came over to our ramp to get in, they couldn't get in. And there's not a whole lot of places for them to go. We used to have a lot of storage down towards the waypoint, but that was taken away. So we don't have that big airplane long-term storage there. So I think that's what he's saying when you asked the question about how many planes are going to expand. The whole idea is if we had an MRO there, some of the planes on this airport that leave to go somewhere would stay here and get their work done here on the airport. That would bring revenue to us. It also would reduce the takeoff and landings for them to go to Van Nuys to get their maintenance done, or go to Burbank or go to Ontario and then come back. And so that being said, that combination hangar of MRO / long-term storage is what we really need to survive. Other than that, we're going to continue to have our ramp the way it is and exist the way we've always existed. And we're just asking for that relief.
Do you have statistics for how many planes, as I think you just said, drop people off and then go to Van Nuys or Burbank for maintenance?
I have 12 airplanes right now. And last year alone, all 12 of them came due for big major inspections. Every one of them went to SoCal or Thornton over at Van Nuys. Every one of them.
So we're talking 12 takeoffs and 12 landings over the course of a year.
In addition to any other airplane that, in this airport that goes over to Van Nuys or somewhere else. If you had a facility here, hopefully they want to keep it on the airport and keep their cycles down, their cost of fuel down from having to travel somewhere else to get the maintenance done. So we think we could reduce it significantly, maybe 20, 30, 40 takeoffs a month on the average. Not a whole lot in the big scheme of things, but it is less. It's not more.
Right.
So those airplanes you see depicted on that drawing aren't pictures of airplanes we're dreaming to come in. We're not building freestanding hangars and asking people to come over and go and hangar with us. We're just taking the existing people we have and storing them where you have someplace to put them rather than on the ramp and the taxiways. Come down that taxiway sometime at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning right before a weekend for a big launch and see how many planes are sitting out there. It's a little bit frightening. I can't sleep sometimes because I'm worried about them hitting wingtip to wingtip, and there goes my insurance policy out the window. So we're desperately in need of more space. Thank you.
Anybody else with comments or questions for Air 7? Thank you all. I appreciate you withstanding my questioning, which was pointed to say the least. We appreciate you coming up and making a presentation.
What my wife told me is every feedback, all feedback is valuable. So we appreciate it. I'm going to stay late tonight. If there's homeowners here that want to talk to me, I would happily talk with all of you for as long as you want.
I would strongly urge you to look at your rent structure. I think that the tenants here just.
We take all feedback into account. Thank you, Scott.
Next up is Legend Aviation.
Good evening, members of the Airport Authority. I am Rick Conrad, the owner and developer of Legend Aviation. A brief note, I'd like to first apologize to Air 7 for having their logo on my deck. It was my mistake. We have no relationship other than potentially being neighbors. So I want to apologize for the confusion. That said, know that I'm a lifelong general aviation pilot. I have been based in Oxnard for over 20 years. My flying partner and I exhibit a couple of 1929 biplanes at the Camarillo Air Show every year. And we are one of the most heavily trafficked static displays at the show. The grass strip that I learned to fly from is now a major jet port with pricey hangars and even pricier fuel. Personally, I would like to see that not happen at Camarillo. So I'm here to present solutions that promote balance. It's common knowledge that the rental rate of 54 cents a square foot is no longer being able to support necessary maintenance for safety and resilience. And while the funding for Legends modernization plan takes focus on small to mid-size airplanes flown by local owners, we ran the numbers. 54 cents a square foot is unfundable for me today in today's financial marketplace for replacement or effective repair. We kept inching the numbers up and reanalyzing and found that 95 cents a square foot was the threshold for a local business bank to take us on with an LTV of 75%. We turned to private money for the Delta and pitched this business model based on storage units, meaning we would not be a commercial real estate asset destined to be flipped. Our partners would be long-term investors and a community benefit, not shareholders. Next slide, please. Oh, is that number 3 or 2? That's 3. Okay, can we go back 1? Yeah. In phase 1, we construct new hangars that are designed for safety, better utilization, and resilience. In our original plan, we called for nested T hangars in the 3rd row there to the right. We are flexible and of course will match local needs to be it T hangars, box hangars, or some combination thereof. Regardless of who builds here, future tenants will need access. Legend proposes to work with airport management to open one of the 3 east gates off of Las Posas. From start to finish, this array will be operational in 2 years. We hope to make the transition for tenants at the county site as seamless as possible. Our first priority will go to tenants displaced by the redevelopment. Second tier will go to those on the county's wait list. And finally, the remaining units will go to the broader aviation community consistent with FAA access requirements. Last slide, please. In phase 2, we will begin with the decommissioning and removal of obsolete hangars at the 4-acre site. This will take about 6 months. The existing T hangars were originally delivered as prefabricated units. Some still bear the license plate brackets from their transport. They have long exceeded their useful service life. In addition to age and structural limitations, the site itself has ongoing challenges due to flooding. Legend will improve the location by importing engineered soil, and we will then regrade the entire 4 acres. This will properly elevate and stabilize the area off the county's dime. Stellar Avion's operations will be consolidated into a modern facility. The company is an established FAA certified Part 145 repair station that provides essential aircraft maintenance. They are also heavily involved in the training and employment of highly skilled aviation technicians. The integration of this facility will strengthen the airport service ecosystem and contribute to the meaningful economic activity and technical workforce development for the county. Overall, redevelopment of this site with purpose-built structures presents a locally led plan that is designed to complement the airport's existing character. We accomplish this by continuing a balance of mix of local aviation uses rather than concentrating a large-scale jet operation. Living just up the street, I will personally be managing this project to ensure that Camarillo Airport will continue to serve and address the diverse aviation needs of local pilots, the county, and our surrounding community. For years to come, Legend will help strengthen the airport's role as Ventura County's premier general aviation facility. Thank you.
Mr. Conrad, thank you for your comments. Mr. Tremblay, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Rick, thank you for your proposal. I've read it thoroughly and I have some questions for you, just like I did for Air 7, and I will for the next proposer as well. So
bring it on.
Thanks for hanging in there. The RFP itself requests that you specify the specific commercial aviation development experience of all of the key team members. So let me just run through that if I'm understanding it correctly on pages 4 and 5 respectively of your proposal. You yourself have commercial aviation development experience for Legend Aviation FBO?
Yes, sir. 1954, the city of Prescott passed a law that they were the only fuel vendor on the field. Atlantic, Clay Lacy, Millionaire all went in to try and get the fuel. I partnered with a local airplane owner that we went to school together with, and then a developer I was working with, and we got the fuel. We talked to the city about had they had fuel contamination and a jet gone down in Hacienda neighborhood, the city would be on the hook. So what we did is we proposed a fuel flow fee, 25 cents a gallon for the first year, 20 cents a gallon to the next year, and reduce it down to 5 cents a gallon in perpetuity. And the city bought off on it. They liked it. And we take all the liability.
And then with respect to the construction manager and the architect and the finance individual that you identified in your proposal, do they have any specific commercial aviation development experience?
We're bringing in the two gentlemen that are a friend of Rod Sandoval's. This is the Beacon Air people. They're in Billings, Montana. They're just going to come in, two gentlemen that basically have the steel connections and the experience. And they work with Rod. Rod's got another facility in Billings. So I believe they're listed. If they're not,
I didn't see their names or their CVs listed in the proposal. Maybe I missed it.
yeah, Joel Simmons and Kevin Button, both with Beacon Air Group in Billings.
And your CM does not have commercial aviation development experience, if I'm understanding it correctly, right? Viola Construction?
Oh, no, sir. They're doing a $65 million school right now, but he would be a construction manager. The expertise would really come in from Beacon.
From Beacon?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just didn't see Beacon's information on there. Okay, moving on to page 4 of your proposal. It says that it's a confidential funding source, and they have quote unquote documented their desire to fund with local equity partners contingent upon timing of the award and issuance of permits. And that's I understand.
It's a bank. It's a business bank here.
Okay. Yeah. Can you provide any more detail on that funding source? I mean, it's important, you know,
understood.
As a public authority, you know, we're going to end up having staff having to evaluate
it's citizens business
standpoint. All right. And so, you know, having the information,
understood.
The difficulty is if you keep the source confidential, how is staff supposed to evaluate the financial wherewithal of the funder and of the proposal?
Understood.
So there's the conundrum.
So we're working with Dave Wellick at Citizens Business Bank.
Okay. Okay. Will that lender either issue on the one hand or procure debt for the project?
That's their position. Yes, sir.
And they would do both.
They would do debt. It's a debt financing. LTV is at 75%.
Is it LTV 75%?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then we have another project in Oxnard that I'm developing. And the people that are interested in funding that project are going to take this on as a sort of a sidecar project. This is really not a moneymaker, to tell you the truth, to be in the hangar owner business.
I'm just asking.
Let me qualify that because I could see the look on your face. So so when we did our research, we looked at all of the Southern California coastal airports. And we looked at their rates, and obviously 54 cents a square foot is way under. You know, there hasn't been a rate increase, but then again, we've got hangars that need to be replaced. So when we did our pricing, we kept it at, so break even, and then we went up 25%. And that's it. Okay. And so we're at the bottom of the basically the competition in this region, actually, Southern California.
Let me switch gears just a little bit. I went through and it's on the top of page 6 of your proposal. And I was sledding through the various hangar sizes that were set forth in your phase proposal. Let me ask it this way. Are those sizes consistent in all respects? In all respects with the requirements that were set forth in the airport department's RFP?
Yes, we started at 1040
Okay.
for our for the T hangars, for the nested T hangars,
Okay.
and then we increased from there. And like I said, on that third row, we do have flexibility. We can go. We actually, in your presentation, we're at nested T hangars. They're larger for like Malibus with a wide wingspan, things like that. But the if we go to box, that was what was configured in the presentation tonight. That we have a lot of flexibility of that.
Okay.
So, and we looked at the demographics. So you've got, not only do you need to move the people that are at the 4 acre site right now, but we also have 24 people on the wait list, and we need to address that.
Okay.
I'm on the Santa Monica wait list. I've been there for 30 years and it's not going to happen.
All right.
Okay.
All right. A couple more questions. There's a slide in your proposal that's entitled Summary Phase 1, Phase 2 of your capital phasing strategy.
Okay.
And when I read it, and I read it 3 times, to me, it really clearly implies that stages 3 and 4 are entirely contingent upon phase
no.
2. Let me just finish. Upon what you're labeling your stabilization bridge. In terms of the timing and the efficacy of the conversion, you want to convert a construction loan to a mini perm loan. And it's the same thing in stages 3 and 4, because you characterize those as a re-upsized senior loan. And I know I'm really getting into the weeds from a finance standpoint, but is my understanding correct?
I'm going to have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
So
I had difficulty understanding.
we
that
wanted to be
concept.
operational with the phase 1 and
Okay.
have that, get, while we're doing the demo, make sure that everybody has a place to be inside. And I mean, everybody. And then income from that would help to stabilize what we're going to do for phase 3 and 4.
Right. Where I'm going with that is I
Yes.
was just trying, no, thank you. I appreciate that. Where I'm going with that is I was trying to understand if you build stage 1 and then you have what you entitled in your own proposal, a stabilization bridge for stage 2, and it's contingent, all of that is contingent then upon ever getting to stages 3 and 4. Let me just finish. It seemed to me that what happens if the loans don't materialize? How long is that project extended out? Because I think your position is that if everything goes well in the stages, build out will take 7 years.
No, sir, 4 years to completion for everything. And so,
but it says 7. Did you mean, did I misread it?
I'll tell you what, we were moving so fast to get this thing submitted.
Okay.
It came to my desk at Christmas Eve at 3:00 in the afternoon.
Sorry.
And no, that's okay. So my point is that in the hustle of getting this out and doing the research to do a fair pricing, being sensitive as a GA owner about these things, there's a lot of difference between the deck that you've got and the deck that I took to the bank.
Yeah, I hope you understand the concern that I have upon witnessing some public projects where the expected performance time is X.
Yeah.
And it ends up becoming X plus.
No,
Y.
we're at 4 years for full occupancy.
Yeah, X, thank you, Kelly. X plus X.
Yeah.
Okay, just a couple more questions, and
Sure.
thanks for your patience, Rick. I may have missed it, but one of the requirements in the RFP was the desired term of lease for the improvements. What is your desired term of the lease?
Probably it's got to be a minimum of 30 plus 2 10s.
Minimum of 30 plus 2 10s?
Yes, sir.
And
And if we can get more, I'll take it.
Okay. And those 2 10s are unilateral on the part of the project owner, or are they mutual together with the county airports department?
Not sure I understand the
Well,
question.
how does the first 10-year extension occur? Do you say, I want to extend it 10 years and county airports has to do that?
No.
Or do you have to have
Hopefully-
county airports?
Hopefully,
consent?
we'd have that in the original paperwork, 2 options, 2 10 options.
Right, what I'm getting at is,
Exercise it.
how does the trigger get pulled? Does it get pulled by the project owner? Or does it have to get pulled by both the project owner in concert with the county airport?
I would imagine with the.
In other
certainly
words,
with
is
the
it a
county.
unilateral right or is it bilateral?
I would imagine that would be in concert with the airport.
It'd be bilateral.
Yeah.
Okay.
Make sure that they're happy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And finally, a question that's really important to me.
Okay.
And I can't understate it. The RFP required a statement of consistency with the airport master plan, the airport layout plan, the 1976 JPA between the city on the one hand and the county airports department on the other, the current VCTC master plan, the existing fly friendly program, and the CMA pilot guide. Try as I tried, I can't find that in your proposal. Can you point me to the narrative in your proposal that addresses that requirement and adheres to it?
I don't think it's in there. To be honest. Yep. I don't think it's in there.
Would you be willing to make that representation?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Conrad, hi.
Hi.
I've got similar questions to you that I asked of Air 7. I'm hopeful of asking them in a much lower volume.
Sure.
So, but I would appreciate one thing that caused the outburst, and I apologize to everybody here for that, was we weren't getting direct answers. They were equivocating and speaking in circles, and it became very frustrating and a waste of everybody's time. So I'm going to ask direct questions. I'd appreciate direct answers. Fair enough?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just so we're on the same page, Stellar Avion is the company that's servicing TBM aircraft currently at the airport?
That's correct. They're in 2 hangars.
They're
on the
owned
east
by,
end.
on the other side of Channel Islands?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know how many, or can you estimate how many turboprop takeoffs and landings Stellar generates on a weekly basis or daily, whatever statistic you have?
I don't have that number, but one of the reasons that they wanted to consolidate their operation and be midfield is because they do a number of high-speed run-ups. Rather than a flight, it's just go to the high-speed run-up area at midfield and, run the engines up. So the convenience and also the cost savings and fuel from coming from the far east corner to the midfield, we save money there, save a little gas, save a little pollution. The same thing with the fuel comes from Air 7. Every time Rod wants to get fuel, he has to call Air 7 and they drive down to the east end of the field, put in 40 gallons, 80 gallons, whatever it's going to be. And so the midfield and having their hangar literally across the taxiway from the high-speed run-up is going to be a big savings on noise, fumes, you name it.
Do you think, this is a question just occurred to me, do you think having them at that location is going to increase noise for the animal shelter?
I couldn't say, but I couldn't say.
Okay. Do you know, I mean, I realize, let me ask it this way. Do you know if Stellar is intending to expand?
No, sir. What it is that they're in 2 separate hangars and Rod's trying to go between the 2 hangars, keep traffic on it. And they just would like a modern hangar that's actually made for what it is they do, for the MRO that they do. Right now they're renting and it's just like Charlie McLaughlin over at Oxnard. He's spread out on 3 different locations. So,
Councilmember Tremblay touched on this, but as I look at the dimensions of your various hangars, they're not in compliance with the statement in the RFP about new hangars being in similar size and equal number to the existing hangars. And that leads me to questions about rent. which is what triggered me before. So I'm
Sure.
not going to go there this time. But I realize you're saying 54 cents is untenable. It's not workable. I get that. But you also have an escalating scale for your hanger rent. Small hangers are at 75. The next size up is 90, and the next size up is $1.10 per square.
Right.
Why do you feel the need to have an escalating per square foot charge versus just a flat rate, and a bigger hanger is more expensive because it's got more square footage?
Good question. Yeah, so again, looking at the demographics and what we see with other airports, we didn't pull these out willy-nilly. They did a lot of research to see what the larger hangar is going to go for. So, but I understand your point. I do.
Yeah. I mean, I just think it's unfair, to be honest. And part of my focus here is we've got existing tenants who are paying $1,100 a month for a box and $450 a month for a T. And you're talking about more than tripling that for the box hangers, and almost doubling it for the T hangers.
Right. So, yeah, the box hangers, by the way, on that back row and that fourth row at the 5-acre site, they're going to all have bathrooms. One of them's got bathrooms and an office. So a little bit more TI, involved in that. But
I get, let me stop you there just for a second. I get that, but I think you're misreading your market. Your market potentially is the people on the back row of the current development.
Mm-hmm.
They've got, singles, they've got maybe small twins in there, and they don't care about offices.
Right.
They don't care about bathrooms. They've been for years walking down the hall, walking down the road to an outhouse.
Right.
So they're not going to care about that. What they care about is keeping their planes out of the elements,
right,
and keeping their rents down. And this is where I got upset with R7. You're sort of pricing them out of the market.
So I've had some conversations with some of the people on the back row on that 2,000 square foot box hangers, and we're willing to have some conversation about these rates. Again, if we want 100% occupancy, we don't want 75% occupancy and, we're making a bunch of money on the ones that are being rented out. I want to do 100% occupancy, keep people happy. Having 2 bonanzas in my life, I know what it's like. I want my airplane inside. And the same thing with the biplanes. They don't sit out. So I get it. And if we look at the market and people are saying, hey, I would like to rent from you, but it's just not working out, we go back to the bank, we run the numbers again. Can we do it at this rate? Yeah.
Did I hear you correctly? You said your rates are set at cost plus 25%?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we're at the bottom. I can promise you, we look around SoCal, we're at the bottom.
I would urge you to rethink your profit structure there. I know you want to make money and that you're a businessman, but you've also got 50 or so tenants who have hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe millions of dollars cumulatively invested in their aircraft. And your current pricing structure prices a lot of them out of the market. They're going to be selling their planes and giving up, or they're going to park stuff in transient, and they're going to get disintegrating. They'll disintegrate in the sun.
We're not going there.
Not going where?
We're not going to do that. Nobody's going to get priced out. We're going to figure it out. And I'm here to tell you, we had such a short amount of time to do these analysis and then get this thing submitted. My deck that I've got right now is much different than the one you've got. And the problem with the blind bid process is, you get this, you can't improve. And so we would be more than willing to take second, third, fourth looks at all of this. And again, because I am a GA guy, I used to work at Beach West on the weekend when I was in school out here. I got my degree out here.
Over at Van Nuys?
Yes, sir. And that was my weekend and summer job. And, when I became an aircraft owner, first time I landed there, they wanted to hit me up on a $40 ramp fee. I go, hey, I worked here for years, and it just, yeah. So we're on the same page.
All right. And I'd also urge you to reconsider the escalating scale based on size.
It's a lot.
Right, is very wrong.
Yep, it's a good argument.
Okay. See, I didn't get upset with you.
Me
Thank you
neither.
very- Thank you very much for your time.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Any comments? Okay, appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Next up. Sky Harbor.
Fine. Evening, everybody. Thank you for having us. Marty Kretschmann with Sky Harbor. I'm
Is your
Senior Vice.
microphone turned on? Do you see a little green light?
It is. I'm just a little tall. I'll lean. Yes.
Right up to the
Apologies.
mouth. There you go.
Good now? Five by
Nice,
five.
that's better,
All
that's
right,
better.
good. Marty Kretschmann. I'm Senior Vice President of Airports for Sky Harbor Group. I'm joined by our CEO and founder, Tal Kanan, and our General Manager here in Camarillo, Nick Martino. I appreciate the authority members being here tonight and this very robust discussion. It's great. We love forums like this. We were here last night and we've been talking to a lot of members of the community, both the broader community and the airport community, to understand their concerns. And I think you'll see that crafted in our response, which I'm excited to share with you tonight. So Sky Harbor's proposal is a little different. We're planning to modernize the existing hangars in place and then develop additional home base hangars adjacent to our current Northeast campus, which Keith showed on the map earlier today. It provides continuity by protecting the local GA community and critically traffic flows on the airport. It creates efficiency through our process. There will be very temporary moves for the light GA hangars during the reconstruction process, and then they are returned to their finished space on the current acreage they exist today. And it also creates affordable improvement. We heard that loud and clear from the local GA community that what they're looking for is improved space, but affordable space. We want to keep rents very reasonable, and we want to make light general aviation sustainable long-term here at Camarillo. It's the lifeblood of our industry. It's important to us. Next slide, please. So on the 4.1 acres on the south side where the existing light GA development is, we're planning to modernize in place, as I said. So what we'll do is conduct a complete constructability review with structural engineers. And then we're either going to make modifications to fully refurbish the hangars, or we will replace them in place, which we are prepared to do in our proposal. Critically, this maintains direct proximity to taxiway Alpha and the runway for these operators. It also preserves familiar and proven vehicle traffic patterns. And there is a real risk if we move these hangars up to the Northeast due to the lack of access up there. You now have 60 operators that have to drive all around the airport. It's very inconvenient for them and also impacts operations elsewhere on the airport. And lastly, it's strengthening the existing light GA community with upgraded but affordable hangars, which they've told us is very important to them. For the new hangars on the Northeast side, adjacent to the current Sky Harbor home basing campus, we can provide interim capacity as needed with that development. We then have flexibility as well during the Channel Islands redevelopment to retain tenants here in Ventura County, and importantly, their tax base and the jobs that are associated with those based here already. It also creates needed expansion for our current base residents, those here at Camarillo who are bursting at the seams and looking to grow their operations. It's important to note something different about Sky Harbor versus FBOs. We're a home base operator. It's probably a new term to a lot of you. It's new to the industry. But what we build here and around the country are lower intensity, lower density base aircraft only operations. That's Sky Harbor's core model. That encourages fly-friendly compliance. We know that's very important here. It's very important to a lot of the airports we operate at because these are our tenants. We have the ability, obviously, to educate our tenants, and many of them are already involved with fly-friendly VC, but we can also put lease language in place that helps enforce some of the rules and regulation of our airport sponsors. And it also creates some space. It's development for some emerging tech operators. We're aware of some county initiatives around emerging technology. There's operators that we're in conversations with that are very excited about this opportunity to continue to grow their operations here in Ventura County. And here to share a little bit more on Sky Harbor as CEO and founder, Tal Kanan. Next slide.
Yep. Thank you, Marty. Thanks, members of the authority. Thanks for the opportunity to come and present and to work with Director Freitas and the team here. It's been a wonderful partnership so far. Just going to say a couple things about our company that we think are relevant to this discussion. Number one, we're publicly traded on the New York Stock Exchange. We're regulated by the SEC, by the FAA. We're 23 airports around the country. Everything is transparent. You don't need to ask us questions about our financing. It's right on Google. Everything's very clear. We're not financing this project. The money is in the bank. It's not that we're dependent on somebody else to finance it. We deliver. We're vertically integrated. We manufacture our own steel. We GC our own projects. We do it all over the country. The risk of this project going sideways will present as low. Again, we do this all over the country. Sorry about that. And then the last thing I'll say here, and hopefully we can touch on a few other points in your questions, is our commitment to operating. We are not just in Camarillo. We're in 23 airports, expanding to 50 airports across the country. Our reputation is everything. There is no such thing as us abandoning a project midstream. There's no such thing as us not looking after our residents for the long haul, right? Whether we're underwater, overwater, doesn't matter. We're committed to our residents all across the country, and it's a matter of our reputation. So I'll leave you guys with that, and we're happy to take your questions.
Okay, Mr. Tremblay, you want to lead off?
Sure, why not? Thank you both for your proposal and for your presentation. Very much appreciated. So just so you know, this is what I've been working with, which is your proposal that was provided to. I didn't want you to think I was picking on you with something you couldn't look at. So, so you've been here for 2 years, right? It's not been 45 years, but I understand the acquisition of existing businesses. So what I'm really one of the things I'm curious about is, could you give us some examples of what Sky Harbor has done in terms of support for the local community relative to non-aviation matters, non-aviation nonprofits?
We're gonna have the local guys speak to it.
Okay, great. Thanks.
So thank you for that question. So to answer your question, it's sort of aviation because that's what we do, but it's to benefit folks outside of the aviation community. So a lot of times we get solicited for, by local schools, elementary schools and high schools mostly. They like to come here and check out, and it's part of the youth awareness and youth advocacy programs that we do. So we often do that a couple times a year, typically. Also, too, Sky Harbor and Channel Islands combined, kind of rolled up in similar company. We were able to donate a handful of hours every year, either in discovery flights or actual hours for folks that are looking to experience flight for their first time, become pilots, learn about our community. Most recently, our local high school here in Camarillo was the beneficiary of some of that. So it helps get folks engaged. Sometimes they auction these certificates, at local fundraisers.
Okay.
So folks that have never been here, they can chime in.
All right, great. I wasn't aware of that, so hearing from you on that. So you operate the Cloud9 facility. And I will tell you as a public official that I almost cannot count the number of times I've received either emails or verbal or oral comments from folks in my city who say that the planes coming in and parking at Cloud9 are not local based, are from outside Ventura County, and they care not one whit about the residents of Ventura County or the residents of Camarillo or specifically Old Town, et cetera. I don't want to ask you, I'm not asking you to name who your leasehold, who rents space in your hangars. I think that would be unfair. But what I kind of like to know from a general standpoint is, what percentage of the aircraft currently hangared at Cloud9 are from Ventura County-based businesses?
That's a great question.
Thank you.
So all of our aircraft are registered to corporations here locally. So whether or not they're used for, I know what
asking and
You
the,
know what I'm getting at.
yeah, right.
Okay.
So what's important to know
I'm
about these
putting you on the
aircraft
spot.
is, yeah, absolutely, that's fine. They employ a lot of people, right? So the aircraft itself, and many times, is a corporation, and they're held in corporations. So these corporations that hold these aircraft, they employ directors of maintenance, pilots, cabin crew attendants, detailers, all those folks that typically reside locally because they don't want to drive, eons. So while the aircraft principal themselves might reside outside of Ventura County, the aircraft itself being based here, it generates tax revenue just like a business. It buys fuel, tax revenue like business, pays property tax ad valorem, all those kinds of things.
Absolutely. No question there.
Yeah.
But I was focused more on the ownership of the planes themselves and whether or not they were principally Ventura County related businesses as opposed, or with Ventura County operations as opposed to outside of the area. Hope it's a fair question to ask. If it's not, you're going to stop me in my tracks.
Can I stop for a second? I just have a question. Is this relevant to the RFP or just the?
It's certainly relevant to the 30% of the community benefit.
Okay,
And
that's why I
the
wanted
weighted-
to,
No, thank you, Kelly.
Yes,
And the
ma'am.
weighted evaluation criteria I consider to be highly relevant.
thank you for the clarification.
Thanks for the question. Just to help in responses to those emails, those are private hangars. So
Right.
the residents of those we're not allowed to store any other aircraft in those hangars. So a big corporation that employs many people in Ventura County, that's their space. We can't accommodate transients. So if people feel that other aircraft from
Right.
outside of the area are
Right.
using that facility, they're not.
Okay. All right. Let me move on to something different. On page 14 of your proposal, it indicates that it's your intent to keep T hanger and box hanger rent rates aligned with the county's fee schedule. You use that term, that specific term. On page 16, though, your proposal states that rental rates should be quote unquote generally consistent with current on airport T hanger rates. I'm having some difficulty understanding the consistency in those statements. Do you consider those statements to be consistent, and how would you effectuate the intent, keeping it aligned? I think they're different.
Although they may appear different, but they have the same purpose. Right now, the county written fee sets a good standard for what is affordable here in the county. They do a good job. I participate in that ad hoc committee, for the rent and fee. So when we modeled our pro forma for the reconstruction effort, we saw that we could effectively achieve what the community was asking for and stay consistent with the existing county rent and fee. Now, we're looking out in the future. So I think our development timeline was 2 years for that, 2 to 3 years out.
Okay.
So rent and fee will change. But we think we can still maintain based on historical precedent and future CPI, basically.
So I guess what I'm taking away with me is you think you can get there and make them generally consistent,
Well,
but perhaps not consistent in all respects.
we can, yes. I think we projected a specific price per square foot that matches the county's existing
Okay.
rent and fee.
Okay, all right. If an SH-37, and I'm referring to, let's just do a post-construction hypothetical. If you had an SH-37 hangar available today, what would be the market rent? Now on those, you're going to go to market, you're proposing to go to market rents. What would the market rent that would be charged by Sky Harbor be for an SH-37 hangar?
Yes, I don't know if we can disclose what people are actually paying today. We're under NDA with most of our people, but I think I get where you're
You can
going.
give me a range,
Yeah.
because on that side, you're flipping over to market rate. For those,
Exactly
for those
right.
facilities.
And let's be 100% clear on what we're doing here. We are subsidizing general aviation with our main business. And we do that across the country.
Okay.
We believe in general aviation. We're all general aviation pilots. Most of us come out of the military. We are part of that community. And so that I don't know if that's where you're going with the question, but that's explicitly the objective.
That's fine. That's where I was going with it.
Okay.
Okay, on page 16 of your proposal, it looks to me like you are proposing to greatly expand the east side access to the airport to the 5-acre site. So have you performed any traffic impact studies on Las Posas Road if that were to occur?
That's a great question. So because we were actually, the collective me, now Sky Harbor,
Okay, you're on point.
We were the developers for the Cloud9 facility, and we did do a traffic study, and we still have that traffic study available, including the future expansion of Las Posas, which is contemplated in that driveway and the expansion. So we're happy to reference that data as we go through the normal permitting process and entitlement process. That's usually all a part of it.
Well, if you were to step back though and look at what you anticipate based on your proposal would be the increased amount of access, what would you estimate the percentage increase in access from Las Posas, from that East Las Posas gate to be in terms of vehicles?
I don't have that information in front of me right now, but as we go through the permitting process, and as I recall, when we did the entitlement process with Cloud9, we were required to conduct a traffic study which showed now and in the future and what volumes could support. And I don't think we were anywhere close. One of the advantages, as you heard us talk about, is that we're very low impact. So we don't have a high volume of traffic. We're not a corporate operators or charter operators. So we don't have folks coming and going in high volume. They come in small groups at different times. We launch the aircraft. It's a much, again, lower volume. When the aircraft leaves, nothing comes back in that space. And so it's a much lower impact.
For that particular use, though, but wouldn't you agree that the use that you're talking about in your proposal would be for a more intensive use? You'd have far more vehicles coming in.
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
Okay.
So the two operators that we're speaking with that have interest in those hangars currently already exist at the Camarillo Airport. So we're not anticipating a net increase. It's more or less a move for them. And again, they're very low impact operators, typically launching maybe 1 to 2 flights, maybe 3 on a busy week in a given week. And so we really don't expect a tremendous amount of traffic or volume.
All right.
It's certainly not a large volume of.
All right.
It might be worth adding to that, although we don't have precise traffic data to present today. When we looked at complying with the conditions of the RFP, we deemed one of the benefits of keeping T hangars where they are is that will minimize the traffic impact, right?
Okay.
You move them up north, we think there's going to actually be a lot more traffic impact on the airport.
Okay, no, and it caught my attention in the proposal. So, okay, on the home stretch, I don't want you to think I'm picking on you. I asked Legend Aviation the same thing in terms of consistency. There was a requirement in the RFP that there be a statement of consistency, a representation with respect to local master plans, the 1976 Joint Powers Agreement between the city of Camarillo on the one hand and the county of Ventura on the others. Your proposal on page 16 partially addresses that, but can you help me find where the statement of consistency is in your proposal? Because I couldn't find it.
So our proposal doesn't specifically state that we're going to comply with the JPA directly, but I am happy to make that representation on record that any operations, any proposed development will absolutely comply with the Joint Powers Agreement and all of the other
agreements I mentioned in excruciating detail the first time around?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
You'd make that representation?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Final question, and I'm just curious about this from a business standpoint. Why should your proposal asks that county airports extend the Cloud9 and the Sky 805 ground leases to be coterminous with the newly proposed ground leases? Why? I think I know what the answer is, but I'd like to hear it from you.
You want to? So they all work together. So Channel Islands is an essential business, and the Sky 805 parcels, as it's technically called, it provides vital services, including staff and fuel to the other businesses. So it's very important that one doesn't mature before the other, and then we don't have services and staff to be able to support. That's all.
Thank you. Thanks for your responses. Appreciate it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
I'll try to be brief. And I just want to explore the base tenants concept. I just want to be clear that these aren't transient aircraft going in and out, staying for a couple of days and then leaving and going elsewhere. These are long-term, I would assume, long-term lessees who are basing their aircraft at the airport. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, obviously, you've got NDAs, and I don't want you to even come close to violating one of your NDAs. But the question was asked about the ownership of the aircraft. Would it be fair to say, based on what you guys know of your aircraft, let's do it as hypothetical so that you don't get close to your NDA. Would it be fair to say that aircraft might be registered in Delaware for tax purposes or something, but based here at the airport?
Actually, California tax question. Yeah, I'm not a tax expert by any means. I have seen that, but they are based and we report them as based to the county.
Right.
So the county can obviously receive the benefit from that.
Okay.
Ad valorem tax is levied on the basis of where the aircraft is based.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, sir.
Ad valorem tax is levied on the basis of where the aircraft is physically based, not where it's registered.
Right. I'm just, when people are saying that they're foreign aircraft, they're not based here. I guess what I'm thinking is they might be incorporated elsewhere, but still based here.
Like what's happening is they're probably looking up in the FAA registry and you see a Delaware corporation. That's typically where they're coming from.
correct.
Yeah.
Do you know how many operations going in and out of Cloud 9 in a week?
I don't have the specific number in front of me, but I would say on average, it's less than 10 in a week.
Don't go away, Nick. This next one's for you.
Okay.
And your colleagues, I think, will want to jump in here. Currently, there are plans for renovating or demolishing the old hangars adjacent to Channel Islands. Does this proposal do anything to change your commitment to those renovations?
No.
So those are still going to go forward.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
It's very important.
Another one for you. This one's a little more poignant. Sorry. The scuttlebutt around the airport is that Channel Islands is losing skilled mechanics and staff and is having trouble providing timely service to the GA community. A, what's your response to that? And B, what's your intent to beef up the facilities there so that we can get timely response?
So first I'll address the first part. Airports are full of scuttlebutt. And so sometimes it's out there with intention. So I try not to buy into that. We have our director of maintenance and a CSR that have been employed with us for over 30 years. And I'm happy to say that.
What about the people turning wrenches?
We've had some turnover, but we employ 7 now. And I'll be honest, I don't think that that's a factor of Channel Islands. There's economic challenges as well. We compete with Van Nuys. We compete with other businesses at the airport. Most of them are new entrants and are operating out of various different locations. And so it's a competitive environment. What we do is we bring in mechanics from training environments from the schools. And sometimes we actually have an in-house apprentice program. So they get their license with us, their NP license, and then they go off and they get jobs working for bigger, cooler airplanes. And, I'll be honest, it's really important and we love Channel, me especially, that. I think there's something to be said. If you turn wrenches on a Cessna long enough, you might want to try turning wrenches on a big jet every once in a while. It might be cool. And so we want to encourage our staff to go on and do good things.
But then you've got to backfill at the bottom to continue to have a staff to service the Cessnas.
And that's where our valuable 30-year veterans come in who have been doing this for a long time. And so, we have a great training program. We're also a Part 145. So we have a very robust maintenance program and we're inspected often. And I will attribute some of that to the Waypoint Cafe. Our inspectors love to come and give us an impromptu inspection and then stop for lunch at the Waypoint, but we welcome it and it keeps us on our toes.
Great. This maybe is for you, maybe for your colleagues. Your proposal states in the event the 5-acre parcel development is delayed, Sky Harbor has the ability to use alternative Sky Harbor properties to accommodate the residents during restoration of their hangars. Can you elaborate on that? What other facilities are you talking about?
Channel Islands. Yeah, we can certainly use the Channel Islands hangars for additional overflow.
But aren't those used for maintenance? I mean, aren't those occupied on a day-to-day basis?
Not always. So it depends on how much volume of maintenance aircraft we have. Sometimes it comes in waves, but typically we can reserve about half or a third of that hangar, it's a 15,000 square foot hangar currently. So there's some space there. We also have other locations that we can use, including the Sky Harbor formerly Cloud9 facility, if we needed to.
I'm going to layer into that too. So the phasing in the proposal is very intentional for that as well, is that the Sky Harbor 37s get constructed first. So,
Right.
you know, there's nobody, I mean, there's people waiting to move there eventually, but we wouldn't be displacing anyone and then, you know, pending construction.
Somebody commented on, it might have been Nick. It just occurred to me that you already have existing tenants who want to move to the TH-37 hangars. Presumably you'll bring in new tenants to the existing hangars, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there's going to be an increase in the number of tenants in the northeast corner.
Eventually. Yeah.
Yeah, well, to be clear, it's, let me also say, we have more folks that are here that would like to grow. So there's an excellent opportunity for businesses that are here existing and maybe newer, that they might grow. I know the county's AAM, the Advanced Mobility Initiative, has attracted a lot of new young businesses that are just starting to dig in here at Camarillo. So by the time, you know, all this happens, they may be ready to grow up and use bigger space.
Yeah, so it may be exactly the same occupants we have today, just needing more space. That's the point.
I don't want to beat a dead horse, but Councilmember Tremblay touched on what I think also is an inconsistency in your proposal about rents. One says you're going to align with the county, the other says it's sort of generally consistent. If you have to demo those hangars and rebuild them, which you said you're ready to do if you have to, are you still intending to keep your rents consistent with rents and fees?
Absolutely. And that's what we modeled. So our financial model is, we'll call it a worst case from a cost perspective. And again, we can do these things for cheaper because of our vertical integration. This is Sky Harbor Steel. This is Sky Harbor Construction. So we're very comfortable with our numbers, including if we have to do a complete tear down of these hangars. It's possible that'll be the best option for the current tenants, obviously, if rates stay in line, because we know that's very important to them.
And in your lease negotiations with the county, assuming you're the chosen entity, would you be willing to commit in writing to keep your rents aligned with the county rents?
Yeah, on the light GA hangars?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and did I hear you correctly? One of you saying, in essence, your TH-37 hangars are subsidizing the GA hangars?
That's right. Yeah, that's how this whole thing works for us.
One last thing on sustainability. Your proposal talks about being solar ready. What about just putting in solar?
Yeah, man. So there's a lot of variables that go into the solar initiatives, including FAA approval. So we didn't want to make representations that we couldn't stand behind if the FAA doesn't agree with the reflectivity study, or any other issue. But also too, there's emerging, I would say, market for carbon credits, which our tenants are very vocal about lately. And so for some of these operators, they want to be responsible operators. They understand the responsibility of operating jets. And so it's important to them that they work towards a carbon neutral operation. So it might be that we build solar ready, where it's pre-plumbed, the inverter's already there, the breaker's already there, and they want to go ahead and install the solar and do all that and spend all the money, and then have the rights to the carbon credits so that they can offset the operation of whatever operation they might have. So we just like to leave some flexibility there.
Fair enough. Any further questions? Thank you, folks. Appreciate your time. And see, I didn't get upset with you.
Doing better.
Mr. Conrad, could I call you back just for 2 minutes? There's a couple of important points that I forgot to raise with you, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on them. The RFP says that 30% of the emphasis, it's 30% of the evaluation is going to be on community benefit. And yet your RFP, your proposal is silent on community benefit. Can you elaborate on what your intent would be in that regard?
We are doing solar. So that we're going to go ahead and.
I don't mean to interrupt. I'm not worried about sustainability and solar here. I'm talking about benefits to the community at large.
I'll have to think that through. I mean, our impact, we're trying to basically modernize what exists and take care of the wait list and address GA, the smaller GA airplanes and that community. That's our focus.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate you coming back.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions for anybody?
I do.
Go ahead, Supervisor Long.
Oh, I have to put the mic on. I usually have such a loud voice, so.
Yes.
First of all, I want to say thank you to our proposals. I think it's really important that we have this RFP, and for those that have really cared about the airport, to hear you firsthand, I think is really important. So we're going to hear all of you speaking and so forth. But in hearing the three, and I appreciate our lawyers here. They are not for hire, but one City of Camarillo and others, personnel. The things that I'm worried about based on my knowledge on the airport is, one is the hangar lease. We worked so diligently to get that hangar lease done. And so I just would like to make sure, as staff is looking at these RFPs, that we understand our current lease and how that would be handled with the new owners. Because I think
Yes.
that's a very sensitive issue, not only to the owners, but for the city of Camarillo and county. Also, public safety, location of the hangars, if they were to remove, how does that work on the airport? And people getting through, we had a really hard discussion with people driving on the airport, the cards, who got access, where gates they used. And I didn't hear that in the RFPs, but it sounds like there's information there, and I didn't want to dig into that right now. So that's also with the traffic, as I heard the taxi zones, planes being on at 1 a.m., that concerns me.
Sure.
And then also construction. So timing of construction in the locations and being a good neighbor. So how does that get all transferred through? And the reason why I say that is because many times we have disasters in the county, and we have to have helicopters here, and we're doing all sorts of things. And I just want to make sure that our airport is clean and tidy as possible when we're doing these new constructions. And then also solar, that kind of concerned me, just because we're doing a light study for the county of Ventura, along with the Navy base Ventura County. So the reflection as the fighter jets are coming in, how is that working? So just that's showed up in my information. So I just wanted to make sure that I went through those. I don't know at what part your 15%, 10%, 20%, that breakdown goes through. But as staff evaluates, I wanted to make sure I made those comments today, so that when we go through this process later, we're considering those items.
We will do that. And again, I want to stress that these are proposals. And we have a lot of work when we rank and then select somebody to start negotiations. About 90% of the questions that were asked, that's where we deal with the specific issues: traffic control, off Las Posas, wingtip clearance to neighbors, rates, how are those phased in? Those are all how we negotiate in the end and at least and capture that and require them, the phasing of construction. All those things are things we normally do.
Great.
Yes.
And I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Up next is public comment, but let's take a break. We've been going for a couple hours.
There's one more.
Oh,
It is
Sure.
your discretion, but we do have the one sole proposer for the 1.9 acre.
that's
as
right.
Well,
We're so focused on the site one, we have site two to get through. Mr. Schultz, are you here? Yeah, please. My apologies for neglecting you.
Chairman Bear, Vice Chairman Long, and Council and Authority members. I'm William Schultz. I'm the co-manager of Orbic Sky. Orbic Sky is the applicant for the 1.9 acre location, which is different from the 4.1 acre location one. This is location two. As you pointed out earlier, or Keith pointed out earlier, it's a different location on the airport. The good news, before I get into the details, is that no jets and no increase in operations. I have two tenants. that are present tenants of the airport that want to build new hangars and take over the hangars, and there's no change in operations. So I guess that's good news for tonight anyway, because it is a long night, or it's getting longer. I have with me, not everyone, but most of my team. Sitting with me is Mark Johnston, no relation to Commissioner Chair Johnston, but he's our general contractor. I think I have online both Judy Lewis Montague, our civil engineer, and Judy Kraus from Kaufman Associates, our environmental engineer. Those are probably names known to you already. We don't have all the numbers and all the engineering here, but we do have proposals and projections. Now, my co-manager, Ken Obi, couldn't be here tonight. I think you know Ken Obi. He had a death in the family. He's in Japan. He couldn't make it. His co-venture, Stephen Kranswicks, who I trust you all know, was a presenter at a trade show, aviation trade show in Texas. He couldn't be here. So I admit I'll do the best I can. The details are in our proposal, but let me just emphasize a few points. This is a rare opportunity for a benefit to the community in that Seaview Aviation already, if you're familiar with Stephen Kranswick's Seaview Aviation, already employs like 30 people and maybe up to 40. Sometimes the pilots come and go, the helicopters come and go. He operates 8 Firehawk helicopters, which are former military Black Hawk helicopters, have been converted to water use. I think we have a slide. Is there one more slide? Is there any more slides? Is that it, 3? Anyway, I turned a slide into Madeline. That's a picture of one of the Firehawks taking on water. They fought the fire in the Palisades. Also, Seaview, in addition, maintains the Ventura County Air Support, which is sheriff, fire, medevac, and search and rescue, maintains all their helicopters. Now, this is not going to be a change in operations. This is going to be a change in location. For location 2, we've long committed to relocate the FAA gate. The FAA gate needs to go east of the development, and we're happy to engineer and pay for and build a new gate anywhere. FAA can choose it, airport authority can, anybody can choose it, but it'll be off our development, east of the development. And I think that was the intended plan from years back. Now, Orbic Helicopters, a division of the Orbic companies, already has the location at 777 Airport Aviation Drive. And we intend to keep that location and join it with the adjoining 1.9 acre new development. That would be a coterminous 2 properties with a common boundary line. The gate, which is in the middle presently for the tower, would be moved to the east. As I mentioned, we would pay the costs on that and do the construction. For benefits to the community, I'll try to make this short, but Orbic Helicopters has been on the field for 20 years and never had a complaint. As far as I understand, there's never been, I'll stand corrected if anybody knows, but I've been told there's never been a complaint in 20 years of operations. It's a flight school, Part 135 FAA charter operation. Orbic Sales and Service is Part 145 FAA Air Agency repair station. It's been operating in the same location for 20 years. They need to expand. And when they expand to the new hangars, which are in blue here, if I can get a light out here. Well, anyhow, the blue hangars, the blue hangars is where the flight operations and where the repair operations, the maintenance and repair operations would be located. The larger hangar would be for Seaview and doing their conversions on the Black Hawk helicopters. Stephen told me he could probably increase the number of employees up to maybe 60. And of the 60 employees, the majority live in Ventura County. Not everyone, but the majority live in Ventura County. And as an example, Stephen said, I bought 4 condos in Camarillo. And I said, well, okay, what do you do with your 4 condos in Camarillo? He said, it's just for convenience for pilots that come in and employees that need to stay there or anybody that's transient. He doesn't live there, but he just has them available because he has that much foot traffic coming and going. Ken Obie's vision was to create, I should call it a consolidated helicopter center. Now, the proposed development does not change the helipads. We use the same helipads that have been in operation for 20 years, approved by the FAA and the tower and everyone else. No increase in helipad, no increase in operations. If Ken is right and he can consolidate helicopter operations, it simplifies a lot of things for all kinds of aviation traffic. That'll be the helicopter center. There might be some space left over for somebody who wants to park a helicopter inside or for helicopters that are waiting for maintenance or something. I don't have prices on the rentals, but I'm sure it would be competitive. This is not a business to re-rent hangars and make a profit. With that, I'll cut it short and I'll take questions as best I can answer.
Who's gonna get it first?
Councilmember Tremblay, you're on a roll. Go ahead.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Blessedly only a couple of questions, and thank you for your proposal. I just wanted to ask you on page 4 of 5 of the proposal. I just wanted you to walk me again through. It says at the pre-existing 777 Aviation Drive leasehold, that would be connected to location 2. And then you would consider a phase 2 of the development project that extends Orbic Sky's existing hangar east to location 2. But phase 1, wouldn't you be running those concurrently?
Yes, we've discussed this with the director's staff. The thought is if the 2 properties are contiguous,
right,
and we have the 1.9 acres on one side and the 777 Aviation Drive property on the other side, it would make sense to extend one of the 2 hangars and not have a space in the middle that is presently occupied by the FAA gate, by the control tower's gate, that would be relocated to the east of the project. So the phase 2 is not part of our proposal, but it's just something that we'd be willing to consider. We can make it part of the proposal if that makes sense to anybody, but that would be fine. The idea right now is to use the 777 existing lease as a showroom.
Okay.
Because Orbic is they're an approved and registered Robinson dealer and Robinson repair station for helicopters. And then have all the wrench operations and all the Seaview operations in the new development.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
But we're open to extending the hangar, but that's not the way we submitted the proposal. Our site plan has been in the hands of Madeline and Aaron and Keith and everyone up the line for 2 years now or something.
Okay.
We've
All
been
right.
waiting on the airport layout plan.
Okay, and the second and mercifully last question. RFP, there was a requirement for statement of intent relative to consistency with the airport master plan, the 1976 JPA agreement, et cetera. I didn't see that in your proposal.
It's actually in there. Let me see if I can pull
Oh,
it
good,
up
then I
for
just
you.
missed it. Thanks.
I mean, it sounds like a formality, but
But you could make that representation, correct? I just missed it.
give me 1 minute.
Well, it says it wasn't quite a representation relative to staying
No,
consistent.
absolutely. That's for sure a requirement.
But you,
It's on page 4 of 5, paragraph 2. It says proposed facilities, and the first sentence reads, consistent with the VCDOA master plan, current airport layout plan, and 1976 joint powers agreement, the hangars will be built for, and then it goes on about sustainability and everything.
Documents entail things other than what's included in that sentence. I just wanted to know that there was a representation as required in the RFP that the development would be consistent with those items.
Of course.
Okay, great.
I mean,
Thank you.
yes, the answer is yes.
That's a question that's important to me.
Any other questions? I just have a comment, Mr. Schultz. I've known Ken Obie 25 or 30 years when I was helicopter student at Van Nuys and he was running a facility there. He's one of the most stand-up people I know. And I'm sorry to hear about the death in his family. And if you could convey to him my condolences, I'd very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I've known Ken since 1990. I incorporated Orbic Inc., which is his first Orbic corporation in 1990 when we were both at Van Nuys, and he started his operations. He had Orbic at Van Nuys for 15 years, and then he's been at Camarillo since 2005. That's 20 years. So he's done, like you say, a stand-up guy. I would say the same thing. I'll take the compliment for him. Thank you.
And with that, any questions for Mr. Schultz? Let's take a 10-minute break, stretch our legs, and come back and have public comment on this issue. All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Greenhill,
Good to go.
go ahead. You have 3
Yeah,
minutes.
thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a warden pilot with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. We're the other public safety agency on the field. You know, it's just me, so we kind of hide behind the sheriff's department a little bit. A little bit about us. We operate a host of airplanes. We have 3 Cessna 185s, a Caravan, a King Air 200, and a Part Navia. We currently are going to be replacing the 185s with Caravans and buying a Twin Otter, which all of this is necessitating a bigger hangar. The hangar that I currently have with the county now has a 50-foot wide door. So I'm unable to park the King Air in the hangar. I have to use the gentlemen at Air 7 are kind enough to let me park my King Air in their hangar once in a while when they can find room for me. And with the larger airplanes coming and the improvements that we're trying to originate in the air services unit necessitates larger hangar space. So I'm here to speak on the benefit of the Department of Fish and Wildlife in support of us getting some bigger hangars in Camarillo. Legends Aviation was kind enough to reach out to me and kind of allowed us to design a little bit. So they've got a hangar space carved out for us should they become the winner of the bid, but we're very much looking forward to some sort of larger hangar as the Southern California base for the statewide agency and continuing on with our air services unit. And if you have any questions for me, I think this is just comment, all right? Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much,
Thank you
guys.
for your
I appreciate
comments.
it.
Next, Renee Hatcher.
Your time will begin when you begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is Renee Hatcher, and I apologize. I'm a slow speaker recovering from a brain injury, but I thought it was important to come here tonight and speak. I'll do my best to be understood. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. I'm a resident of Old Town. My neighborhood is directly impacted by the jet traffic, and we organized into Save Our Skies and have been working to expose how the jet noise is harmful to our community. We're doing this through letters, through social activity, at public events and meetings with our elected officials, many of you sitting here tonight, and through emails, petitions, and phone calls. We're trying to get the word out to you. Not too long ago, the city of Camarillo conducted a survey asking to determine what residents wanted at the Camarillo airport. The overwhelming feedback was that we did not want more jets. Not that we wanted the airport to make more tax revenue. We said no more jets. Soon after that, the city council held a special meeting at the airport to discuss noise issues. And from all of that, we were assured that the council supported the community's desire for no more jet traffic and no more jet noise. Additionally, the airport director has stated that the airport is not marketing for jet businesses or looking to grow the jet businesses. Despite all of these reassurances, here we are tonight, looking at proposals to build more jet hangars and expand jet business operations. The residents of Camarillo, not just those in the flight path, have made it very clear over and over again that we do not want more jet traffic. Earlier, Keith commented on grant assurances that must be met for the airport. We have been assured by you, our elected representatives, that you agreed and supported the position for no increase in jet traffic and no increase in jet noise, and the community believed you. We believe that you would not approve more jet hangars or expand jet business operations, and yet here we are. We hope to see a decision that supports the assurances that were made to us, the people you represent, and it does what is truly best for Camarillo and what the residents really truly want, and not just what is good for jet operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hatcher. Next, Phyllis Anderson. Phyllis still here?
Your time will begin when you begin speaking.
Good evening, this late evening.
I've been a Camarillo resident for 60 years. I live in the flight pattern. My name is Phyllis Anderson. I live on Marker Avenue. My question is that we understand that there are several current hangars for small aircraft that will be removed and be replaced with hangars to accommodate large aircraft. It seems that we're bending over backwards to accommodate these large aircraft that the community has asked to keep to a minimum. Why is our county airport doing this to us? Is my one question, and I have two questions, but I'd be happy to, if anyone has any other statement. Are we trying to increase revenue? If we need revenue to operate our current airport, what other alternatives have we considered other than bringing in these large jets to our community? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Next, we have Kathy McGrath.
Your time will start when you begin speaking.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Director Freitas mentioned in his presentation that airport growth must benefit the public. But my question is, how do you define the public? And the gentleman from Sky Harbor here spoke about his general aviation residents, but what about the residents of Camarillo? So who truly benefits from more private jets at Camarillo Airport, and shouldn't community needs come before luxury use? As a former 20-year resident of Sherman Oaks, a city 12 miles from Van Nuys Airport, I feel I'm in a unique position to speak on this topic. Everyone in our very civic-minded former neighborhood was powerless to turn back the exponentially expanding Van Nuys Airport noise. The result, no peace and quiet ever. A lot of promises were made to us too, promises that sound familiar to the promises I'm hearing tonight. But the private jets got bigger and louder and lower, with more and more frequent departures and arrivals until they were just minutes apart at all hours, disrupting sleep and driving everyone indoors. I'm sure they're flying over there now as I speak. Camarillo can choose right now to stop this from happening. Who truly benefits from more and bigger private hangars and jets in Camarillo? The answer, I don't have an NDA. The Kardashians, CEOs, and corporations, not us. Unfortunately, these are for the most part people who don't live here, who don't care about voluntary noise curfews because they can easily pay any fines, and whose personal convenience matters more than the ability of the citizens of Camarillo to be able to enjoy our homes outdoors and indoors, have an uninterrupted night's sleep, and a peaceful community. Guaranteed, ladies and gentlemen, we and the city of Camarillo are not on these people's minds. The jets and hangars provide convenience and benefit for their owners and users, not for most people in this city. I have seen firsthand the kind of growth decimate the character and peace of a place. The precious quiet skies of Camarillo should not be auctioned off to the highest bidder under the guise that it benefits the majority of people in this community. That is a lie. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGrath. Next up, I think this says Don Chandler. Don Chandler here. Okay. Next up, Sean Anderson. Mr. Anderson?
Your time will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Sean Anderson. I'm a professor of environmental science and resource management at CSUCI over here in Camarillo. I'm a Ventura County resident, and I've worked in and around this airport for 22 years, among other things, hosting and supporting the Ventura County Office of Education's Aeronautics and Unmanned Systems programs for many years. I'm speaking to you tonight to encourage you to bring a clear sustainability and resiliency lens to your evaluations generally, and I'm in strong support of Legend Aviation's current proposal to modernize hangar capacity at Camarillo Airport. As we've heard, Camarillo Airport is not just a transportation hub, it's a critical part of our regional emergency response system, fixed wings, rotary, etc. It also serves as a key center for, as we know, firefighter training, coordinating disaster responses, etc. To meet those missions and others, its infrastructure must reflect current day demands. Hangars built decades ago are not designed for today's electrical loads, safety standards, climate extremes, et cetera. This proposal of Legends is more than simply routine upkeep. It's an opportunity to create a modern, resilient facility that remains fully operational even when things go south. And one of the key aspects here is incorporating on-site renewable energy, such as the rooftop solar panels paired with battery storage and Legends design. And it can really enable islanding capability, particularly during off-grid situations, public safety shutoffs, et cetera. Distributed generation and microgrid systems like this reduce outage durations and maintain critical operations during extreme events, all while reducing greenhouse gas emissions and operational costs year-round. Resiliency innovations like this are above politics. They're clean energy, hardened infrastructure, safer facilities. They're not ideological, they're pragmatic responses. This project also carries some clear educational and workforce benefits. Every undergraduate in my department at CSUCI has to complete a year-long research project. I have 50 students in that class as we speak. A renovation at this scale requires and offers all kinds of opportunities for rigorous applied study, life cycle assessments, validation of photovoltaic productions, cost benefit analysis, all that good stuff. These are not abstract exercises. They produce decision relevant data that improves design, performance, and accountability. We're doing similar work with the Port Hueneme, partners across the region and internationally, although some of my stuff might be blowing up in the Middle East right now. We would welcome the opportunity to apply the same rigorous place-based research here in our own backyard. And by supporting Legends proposal, you all would be investing in three, in my opinion, interlinked outcomes: fully operational disaster and crisis response hubs, measurable reduction in energy use, and a living laboratory that helps us train the next generation of scientists and resource managers in applied community relevant research right here in Camarillo. We need infrastructure that reflects the realities of the 21st century, climatically, economically, operationally. And I urge you to support this renovation and help ensure that Camarillo Airport remains a resilient, sustainable, and fully functional asset for us right here. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Next up is somebody, Barb Filkins. Did she go out?
Yeah.
Who is this Barb Filkins? Welcome. Welcome to the other side of the podium.
I've been here before, Scott. Okay. Go. Okay, there's two things I want to talk about really quickly. To Tom's comment about the 30% community involvement, I'm going to make a comment that all three proposals did not touch that list that Keith had put into the RFP that listed CAF, EAA, CAP, 99s, and I can't remember what else was on that list. Of those groups, EAA is probably impacted the most from an operational standpoint for at least two of those three proposals. And I think Robert Appleford is here. He might give some background on what we've looked at as far as the tie down row and the width of our taxiway. But considering what EAA does for the community, besides just flying the Young Eagles, supporting Wings Over Camarillo, supporting Aviation Career Day, which this year took 1,000 kids, we are probably the one location on the airport, and I will, all apologies to CAF on this one because I think they are also, but we kind of are a public door. Our door's out to the parking lot. The public can walk in at any moment when that door is open. And that door is open pretty much these days, 7 days a week during business hours. We've got the explorers in there building aircraft. We've got people working on their aircraft. We hold educational meetings for the pilots. We have a simulator. So it's an outreach to the community. And we also support a lot of the other aviation nonprofits, the 99s that started to do their board meetings there. So from an activity standpoint, the proposals, again, at least two of them, impact what we have. I also want to switch gears a little bit on this and talk to the smaller hangars. I'm not sure that the future of general aviation is going to be all about big airplanes. It has to be a balance. But if you look at what's going on right now with this initiative that's called Mosaic that the FAA finally approved last July at Oshkosh, The specifications for the light sport aircraft that are going to be coming down the pike are going to be out in July, and there's already manufacturers posed to build them. And they're going to be a mix. It's going to be GA, fixed wing, it's going to be rotor, it's going to be powered lift. And we're talking about not just aircraft that are going to be, shall we say, twin engines or caravans or larger aircraft. I mean, there has to be a balance in the mix, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention. There.
Thank you, Barb. Since Barb mentioned Robert Appleford, I'm going to call him next for continuity purposes. Robert, are you here? Thank you.
Your time will start when you begin speaking.
Mr. Apple, let me interrupt for a minute. Is your microphone, do you see a little green light?
Now I'm going to be shouting at you, but
Can we reset his clock?
I can shout.
All right.
Okay, I'm just going to keep it, real brief. Barbara covered most of the things, and we are the primary folks for doing the Young Eagle flights, and I wanted the public aware of kind of what that meant. So I'm just going to cover essentially what we're most concerned about for our operations. And I have spoken to the other proposals, and I'm open for anybody to come to me at any time to try to explain this. We're a narrow corridor tucked away right behind the museum as it sits. So all of our operations have to squeeze out of this little, I don't have a map, but I can do this later with you, a little corridor. The way we've done that for safety with all the parents and kids and numerous other activities is the way it's set up right now. And again, this, I know, kind of not trying to impede future and everything that we're doing, but the way the layout is right now, there are alleys, if you will, that kind of flow over to the back side of this bigger building, a large L-shaped building. All of the aircraft that come over for picking up the Young Eagles, this is just one of our aspects that's very important, can taxi down through these open rows right now, that are where all these private hangars are, and make a turn that's safe enough to stop the propellers, have the parents and the kids come out. We have a lot of marshals. Our Aviation Explorer post is actually participating in the Young Eagles program. So it kind of looks like a drive-through, but I have 3 alleys to keep it all safe. The planes pull up and stop, load, and then they can pull out and go forward to the taxiway. We did speak with one of the other proposals here that we were trying to work out some ways of making this happen. If one of the, and I'm not going to point out names right now, I'll have them come to me later. If that's stopped and we have any sort of a building going straight out from Aviation Drive to Foxtrot, the main taxiway, we're not going to be able to comfortably turn the planes around as many as we do when we have these flights. So I'll have to maybe depict this at a later meeting. I'll draw it up and I'll have a picture to show you all. But again, any questions that you have for me, please feel free to contact me in the future. That's all I'm going to cover tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Appleford, thank you. Our next speaker is Mel Berge.
Your time will start when you begin speaking.
Right, there we go. Hello, everybody. These proposals and ultimate decision will permanently establish the airport's, what you might call, infrastructure legacy. In other words, if you build it, they will come. 2 of the proposals are basically large jet hangar expansion plans. If the airport builds and provides large jet hangars, these will attract and accommodate large jets for years to come. But instead, if we build more smaller private airport-based hangars, like Legends Aviation is proposing, we will attract and continue to support a vibrant general aviation airport for our local pilots. Please keep in mind these proposals and the permanent structures that will result will determine the type of planes the airport will attract and prioritize going forward, and ultimately how that will impact our Camarillo community. Thank you.
Thank you, Meryl. Next up is Tom Wilson.
Your time will start when you begin speaking. It should be green, yeah.
My name is Tom Wilson. I'm representing the Commemorative Air Force, which is immediately adjacent to this proposed development area. Our west hangar, which we jointly developed with the EAA, requires that the existing taxiway be maintained. Our property from the back face of our building, our leased area, goes out 50 feet, and then there's the taxiway. The Legend proposal blocks that taxiway. And that is just totally not acceptable to the CAF and is also talked about from the EAA. That taxiway is absolutely essential to the value of our property, meaning us and the EAA. And we oppose the Legend proposal as it is shown now. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Next up, Michael Lynn. Mr. Lynn.
Good evening. Is it working? Yep. I represent Camarillo Flight Instruction. Some of you know who I am. We have 12 aircraft here at the field. I think we're one of the biggest flight schools in Ventura County, 400 active pilots. And last year we put almost 10,000 hours on our aircraft. So probably the heaviest aviation user at the airport by some measures. I heard a number of different proposals tonight from the three main presentations that we were here to listen to. And for the flight school, we need a hangar to operate out of. We've been we operated out of the Air 7's hangar for a few years until we were asked to leave because they were looking for different use there. We were in the sheriff's hangar with Rick Fleck. The Department of Airports gave very little notice to Rick and gave us very little opportunity to find a new hangar. We approached the airport looking for commercial space, mainly not to store our aircraft, but to maintain our aircraft. And they said, oh, go talk to the folks down at the alert hangars. So we go down there, and at the time it was leased out to a medical device company who they just wanted it as kind of grandiose hangars for themselves. That eventually turned over to Topper's Pizza. Finally, we leased a hangar from a lady at the northeast corner who bought 5, 7, 10 hangars. I'm not sure how many as an investment. We spent 2 years in court with her about rental fees. For us, we need a place to maintain our aircraft. And what I heard tonight were proposals for more jets, more redevelopment of hangars. I got friends on both sides. Matt's a friend, and Nick and Mark Malone with a hangar. So people on all sides of this issue. But I speak for the flight school. And for us, what we're a bit disappointed that the counties, and the county did let us know. Madeline said, hey, there's an RFP. Yeah, for 20, 30, $40 million. But there's no RFP for Camarillo Flight Instruction. What there is stay in line. One day there'll be a hangar for you. I did hear from in one of the proposals, I know the proposal from Matt with Air 7 for 60 by 60, that's interesting to us. We like that, and I'm not going to speak on some of the other aspects of their proposal, but the 60 by 60 is interesting. The proposal by Sky Harbor, I had a chance to speak with Nick for a moment, and I would encourage them to look at that northeast corner and maybe consider our use and, you know, and other uses similar to us. And then Legend, they came on strong with some stuff that I think we could be interested in. But overall, what I heard tonight was affecting individual users and big jets, but probably one of the most important functions of an airport is a flight school. And I didn't hear anything really for us. I'd like to see some changes in the proposals to include us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. Next up is Christine Kelly. Christine, are you here?
Your time will start when you begin speaking.
Do I need to press the button? Okay. Hi, my name's Christine Kelly and I live in Old Town. And I'm not a millionaire. I'm a single mom. I moved to Camarillo 6 years ago, and in that time, I've noticed more and more jets flying right. I'm in the flight path, so they're loud and they're low. And it's really disappointing because, you know, I bought a home there and it's a wonderful community, and I'm just really worried about the traffic and pollution and noise. And again, I agree with the statement about if you build it, they will come, because it's going to happen. And ultimately, I'll probably just have to move. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Christine. Next up, Renee Brum. Renee, are you here?
Your time will begin when you start speaking.
Hi, I spoke last night. Some of you may have heard me. I apologize at the beginning because I'm not a speaker. I'm still not a public speaker. And I just wanted to tell you a little bit about Camarillo Airport means to us. My dad was a Air Force jet fighter pilot. When he got out, he moved to Camarillo. So I am born and raised Camarillo. Spent a lot of time at the airport. My dad got an airplane, was on a wait list forever for a hangar. It was a joyous day when he finally got a hangar. Moved into the hangar and flew until he was in his late 80s. My husband here kept him flying. And a couple weeks, I soloed a couple weeks before my dad passed. And I've been a pilot now for 5 years. We are in the same hangar that my dad owned. And we're not rich, even though people think you are because you own a plane, but you're not because you own a plane. And we have to keep expenses to a minimum just in order to get out and fly. So my goal is to hopefully have you guys at least consider the fact of letting us stay there for at least as long as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee.
You did a good job as a public speaker.
Anthony, I hope I pronounced this right, Morellis.
Your time will start when you begin speaking.
Okay. Good evening, Vice Chair and Chair and rest of the board. My name is Anthony Morellis, Business Manager of Laguna 585. We represent 1,000 working families, and we do a lot of the construction in the county. We do engineering, we build schools, we fix the traffic, and we work on the freeways. I'm here today to strongly support the hangar project proposed by Legend. I've been in discussion and talks with Mr. Conrad about utilizing a community benefits agreement, requiring local workforce. And we've been using these agreements with the Port of Hueneme, the high schools, and then most recently Fremont. So we have been able to get 70% plus of local residents working on these projects, which is a benefit to the community. This project is more than steel and concrete. It's an opportunity to create real economic opportunity for the people who live and work in this community. A community benefits agreement ensures that this investment delivers good paying local jobs, apprenticeship opportunities for the next generation, and a highly trained workforce that builds a project safely and the right way the first time. Not everybody's going to go to college. I also on the county workforce development board, and I work with the community college district. We're trying to figure career pathways for the green economy, and then also to supplement the trade. So we've been in support of the Office of Education with the welding lab that recently just opened up. This is going to give an opportunity to get students and to get into these jobs, especially with all the steel that's going to be done here that needs to be done. So all the subcontractors will be required to hire locally and then work with students from the local construction apprenticeships. Union construction workers are your neighbors. We live here, we raise our families here, and we spend our paychecks in the local businesses. When union labor builds projects like this, the economic benefits stay in the community instead of leaving it. I myself in the 90s worked here for 2 years. I can say I added those 2 years to my pension, and I was able to remove a lot of the old jet fuel lines that were here. A community benefits agreement also guarantees accountability, local hire goals, workforce training, and real pathways into the middle class for working families. This project will serve the community for decades. It should be built by the best trained workforce available and structured in a way that benefits the community that surrounds it. We urge you to support the Legend proposal, and it will help ensure it moves forward to working with our local workforce for a strong community benefits agreement. So this investment truly works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Next up, Mark Malone.
Your time will begin when you start speaking.
Hello, I'm Mark Malone, 42-year tenant. Sky Harbor's proposal will repair the midfield hangars and keep our rent affordable. Sky Harbor's 4 private hangars house only 9 jets and no visitors. When a plane leaves, the hangar is vacant. Project description says developers shall replace the hangars in similar and equal size. This is not a suggestion. Air 7's page 2 shows 0 40 by 50 hangars. Air 7's jet-driven proposal fails by not delivering the required box hangars. The supersized jet hangars you will offer me will triple my rent. Air 7's drawing shows 17 jets, 13 inside and 4 outside, plus 16 medium new jet hangars. That's 33 new jets virtually guaranteed. Air 7 has community hangars, meaning they will house as many jets as possible with the overflow parked outside. This is Van Nuys Airport with jets everywhere. If you build jets, hangars, jets will come. Camarillo is a big student training airport. The congested airspace is shared with Magoo and Oxnard. Mixing more jets with student pilots onto a single runway overflying Old Town is not smart. There's no way to keep jets away from Old Town. The approach study shows airplanes must operate into the wind, and that's west operations most of the time. The RFP's number 2 objective is to minimize noise. Air 7 will have the most dramatic and permanent increase in jet noise. Air 7 stated that jet-sized hangars are planned because small box hangars are not economical. Air 7's stated goal is to become a major repair station. This ensures more jets will fly into Camarillo just for airports, or just for repairs. This is a massive jet magnet designed for maximum profit. It does not even remotely meet the RFP requirements and should be dismissed. Camarillo is seen as a highly profitable jet port for the ultra-wealthy. Midfield hangars are rented by ordinary middle-class local residents with older, inexpensive airplanes. Air 7 wants to bill me $43,000 for their larger hangar. Air 7 and Legend are the only 2 bidders that comply with the RFP. Local pilots are just trying to survive, and residents are pleading to avoid a massive increase in jet traffic. We have an equal right to exist. Question for Air 7. Who is strategic partners? Are they located in Maryland? Quote, turnaround advisory services to underperforming and troubled companies. Quote, solving operational and cash deficiency problems in an advisory role. Close quote. Who is Lawrence Feldman? There are no businesses named strategic partners on the building directory, but there is Hair Restoration, AMC Window Design, and Forest Capital. Please speak in detail about strategic partners and who Guardian Asset is.
Mr.
Of
Malone,
outsourced property managers.
your time's up. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
And last but not least, Wendy Nicole.
Your time will start when you begin speaking.
Celebrating better. Hope to lay the clock in. It did. It's my birthday. I'm so glad to share it. Start the timer. All right, here we go. I'm going to start a little different. So last night I spoke about 3 things: preparing the tea hangers, which I think is really important, right? We have a sense of community here in Camarillo. The second is installing noise monitors. And the third is a neutral third-party audit of all the RFPs and the airport budget before anything proceeds. But I want to speak to something else, which is what we heard tonight of people speaking from their heart and the people that live here and grew up here or moved here and love it. And it's a community that's here at Camarillo Airport, and it's not a revenue channel. So let's consider that. If we are subsidizing small hangars, there will be a cost. The business is not in the business of losing money. So when those bigger hangars are built, they're not going to lose money on them, and they're not going to lose money on those small hangars either. So think about that. The leases we're talking about will outlive some of us. Sam might still be around if he's still up at the school night. Those hangars, we really need to think about what we're signing up for, because there's been a lot of turnover in 5 years. Mark spoke to it a bit, but I'm a little bit confused, honestly. Is Cloud9, Fly House, and Sky Harbor the same company? Because that's putting a lot of eggs in one basket in one place. Now, repairing those tea hangers, it sounds like that's a necessity to keep them affordable. It's really important. I'm sure there's a path forward. The noise monitoring systems before we keep building more big hangars for big planes is very important. And the reason is why, because right now we have no real measurement. We heard Jeanette speak about 3 calls, and the fact is that people have given up on calling, and some people have been giving up on writing because those questions don't get answered and they don't make a difference. And hopefully this does. Once we have noise monitors, and I'm talking everywhere the planes fly, because they can fly everywhere. Mission Oaks, the Estates, the Heights, Camarillo Springs, Village at the Park, Central Camarillo, Old Town, Springville, you name it, we need them. So you can actually measure and be accountable for the noise and follow the JPA. Once we have those noise monitors in place and have metrics behind them, then we can develop a noise mitigation plan and perhaps a penalty when those noise violations occur. Because right now, Fly Friendly at its heart is voluntary, and there is no penalty. And some pilots can fly friendly and some don't need to. And whether or not they do or don't, perhaps there is a consequence, but right now it's not enough to make a difference to many of the people that live here. The third is this neutral audit. And the reason I ask neutral is that I think attorneys were mentioned that are already part of the Ventura County airports or the Ventura County entity. I think it needs to be a neutral third party that is not affiliated, because the airport is operated at a loss this year, where in the past prior years, 2 years, it was operating at a gain. So these big hangars may not necessarily be generating more income. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Before we see if anybody's online, is there anybody else who wants to speak? Anybody from the public? Madam Clerk, do we have any online comments?
We presently have 2 online comments, and I wanted to take this opportunity to remind those that are online, if you do wish to make a comment, please raise your hand so that we can promote you to panelist. Our first comment will be Eric. And Eric, you can unmute your mic and show your video if you choose, and your time will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is Eric Spitzer. I operate a twin turboprop King Air on the airport. And currently there's nowhere to get it serviced. So I have to leave the airport to get it serviced because there's no maintenance available, at least very minor maintenance available for a King Air on the airport. And I heard a gentleman earlier talk about how Air 7 would bring a maintenance facility and all these planes would fly in to, make all the noise. Well, in my opinion, Air 7 is going to have enough to do just servicing the aircraft on the airport. There is no one to service those aircraft, and they will have their hands full just servicing local aircraft. And my opinion is we really need a maintenance facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spitzer. Next.
Our next public online comment is going to be Mark Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, your time will begin when you begin speaking.
Good evening. I'm calling from Florida, so it's a little bit later here. I've been a tenant in that block of hangars. I can't meet Mr. Malone's record. I've only been there a mere 39 years. But in that process, I've had 4 different hangars in that group. The underlying premise that is basically these hangars are worn out and they're all junk. I disagree with that strongly. I'm currently a tenant in one of the box hangars, and they absolutely don't need a whole bunch of work. They're very nice condition. And what that means, in other words, right now, all the proposals, someone would take over that box hangar, rather take over the lessor position of the box hangar. There's with significant increases in rent, ranging from large to obscene, and it's strictly a windfall because those box hangars need almost no work. The regular hangars, the T hangars themselves, yeah, they need work, but they're not terrible. Yeah, I would say they're basically equal to most of the private hangars on the airport. So it's not a binary choice. Or a choice where we have to knock down the hangars. So what are we going to do when we knock them down? These can be readily repaired. With respect to the proposals, first of all, I want to very strongly thank the members of the authority for bringing up the fairness on the rent issue, because these proposals really are a bit much. We're talking $3,800 to replace the hangar I'm currently paying a little less than $1,000 on. I mean, basically, they will price us completely off the airport is what it amounts to. The one thing that no one's mentioned, and it should be mentioned, is the airport authority built the Northeast hangars. Aaron did a great job. They're very nice hangars. They rent for 54 cents a month, square foot. And so I'm wondering, if we're talking about non-discrimination, how it could possibly be the county would be renting T hangars for 54 cents a square foot on one hand, and on the other hand, asking for letting private parties get 75 cents or 90 cents a square foot. It'd be blatant discrimination between those of us who are on the older hangars. So I hope that you will hold the line on maintaining reasonable rents. But most importantly, I think someone should really look at this, the necessity of knocking down these hangars, particularly the box hangars. They are in very good shape. Very minor repairs. I've done them myself, and I can see no reason to knock that hangar down. Other than putting in a jet base there. And by the way, no one's addressed the emissions. EAA will be a very intolerable place if you have a jet idling 100 feet down that row, which they tend to do. They idle for hours on end. Thank you very much for your time.
Anybody else? Do we have any other comments?
We have one last online comment, but again, I do want to remind those that are online, if you do want to make a comment online, please raise your hand so that we can promote you to panelist. Mr. George, you can begin. Excuse me, your time will begin when you start speaking.
Hello, authority members. I'm John George, President of Cahota, the Camarillo and Oxnard Hangar Owners Tenant Association, and I'm going to abbreviate my comments because there's been so many great questions asked by the board to these entities. Really, the county has a long history of protecting mom and pop GA aircraft operators, and Director Freitas has stepped up again by requiring that these proposals protect the number of hangar spaces, and we think that's great. in all the developing hangars. We're absolutely in favor of developing airport facilities. But Director Friedes's intent is being undermined by these proposals that will be raising the price of the square foot significantly. Private management are not bound by the same FAA grant assurances that the county is, and they can charge market rates or whatever the rates will bear. And with the scheduled closing of Santa Monica Airport, the future looks very good for that kind of market for these private hangar operators if they are allowed to do so. I don't hear a lot of requests to upgrade hangars in terms of the facilities, as Chairman Bear said. But there's always an opportunity to. If people want to, there are larger hangars that you can buy or rent, sublease or whatever. But I always hear, I don't hear any opportunities for these people to pay the same or less than the hangars that they're paying for. And they like that. They like the fact that the county provides reasonable hangars at a reasonable cost. Keeping hangar costs for small operators is huge for all of our GA community. I really sincerely hope that the authority takes that into account with these proposals to keep the existing hangars at the lowest possible cost to keep our GA community intact at Camarillo Airport. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Do we have anybody else online?
We have no further online public comment.
So we're done with this agenda item? Do I hear a collective sigh of relief? Let's move on to 7C, the receive and file on their runway 826 rehabilitation. And thank you all. I see we're having a mass exodus. Thank you all for your time and for your great comments. We very much appreciate it. Bless you.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the authority. My name is Danielle. Danielle Tar, I recently joined the Department of Airports as the projects and program manager. So this is the first time I'm meeting you. Give them a second. Tonight's item is an update on the Camarillo runway project. When the project was first evaluated before my time, several years ago, the expectation was that the runway would require a full reconstruction, which would be a 5-inch removal of the existing pavement and a full reconstruction. And the estimate on that, which you see in our ASIP, is $38 million with a long, several month construction project. Since then, we've done geotechnical and coring throughout the entire runway and to understand more of the structural condition of the pavement out there. And based on that analysis, the engineering team determined that a full reconstruction isn't necessary. Instead, the runway can be rehabilitated with a 3-inch mill and fill, and this reduces the project cost significantly. And the construction duration will not be several months long. The slide shown here, it compares the two most feasible approaches that we have evaluated. The option shown at the top represents completing the work through nighttime closures while reopening the runway during the day. And that approach, while it's operationally possible, it also results in a large number of transverse pavement joints, as you can see, and the white over the red. And those are ultimately going to be where the wear and tear and pavement deterioration will be, and it'll be more maintenance. So the options shown on the bottom, that is the recommended approach that we are presenting. And this is a full runway closure for approximately 20 days. This will allow the contractor to complete the work continuously, and it will also reduce the number of joints, and it'll result in a much higher quality project. So with this information, on January 26th, we hosted a virtual stakeholder meeting with fixed base operators, flight schools, maintenance providers, and some of the airport users. And we walked them through not only these two options, but some of the non-feasible options too, so that they could see that we evaluated all options on our design team presented to us. The discussion was very constructive and no opposition was given to us, and nobody has contacted us since. Construction isn't expected to begin for more than a year, so we're looking at the beginning of 2027. We will be going out to bid in April with bid opening in May of this year. And the next time that this project will come before your authority will be for consideration of a construction contract award to the successful bidder. And I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Supervisor Long.
Thank you. So we had a regional defense partnership meeting last Tuesday, and was brought up about the what we're doing here today. And so the question they had was 100 versus what it currently is for the width, I believe. And so had you spoke with them just to ensure that they understand what we're doing as well? Because I know sometimes they've used our runway. And so I just want to make sure that some things are still going to be there.
So our current runway is 150 feet wide.
Yes.
And FAA requirements only requires 100-foot wide
That's why I
runway. We are going to repave 3-inch mill and fill the full 150 feet.
Thank you.
And the full 6,000 length.
Thank you. That's exactly what I need to hear out in public. Appreciate it very, very much. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Will this be will this be prevailing wage?
Correct. This is a public works project that will be prevailing wage.
I didn't ask this earlier in the evening, but any construction on the airport property, is it prevailing wage?
Yes, if it's county, if private hangars, are they restricted to prevailing wage? I think it varies. I don't know if there's FAA requirements for prevailing wage or no.
So just so that I clarify it, because even with the hearing aids, it's hard to hear you sometimes. The private projects on the public property do not have to be prevailing wage?
No. Most of the time not. It depends on, there are factors where it does play in. And so as the project developments, I mean, you're really going to the heart of the request for proposals and third-party developers. So that is a process that all gets vetted through our county council. So we'll make sure we're completely compliant with regulations.
Thank you very much.
I have a couple of quick questions. Of the 18 million, how much is FAA grant money?
So we received a grant award for 14.4 million. And so, and expecting to get companion grants along with that. And FAA will fund a project up to 95%. And then we would be responsible for the other.
Okay. And has anyone done an analysis of what the lost revenue would be to the airport having the runway closed for a month? Because it's not going to go 20 days, it's going to go longer. So has anyone done that analysis?
I'm sure Aaron might have something to add, but I can start. No, we've not done analysis on the exact number of revenue loss for closing the revenue or for closing the runway. But what we are doing with this project is we're going to offer the contractor an incentive for every day that they are able to finish early. And that will hopefully balance out the operations and help the project just continue and finish earlier and not be 30 days.
That's terrific. That's a great idea. And I hope that, I hope my comment about it's going to go longer is wrong.
Well,
Me
I
too.
and I would just add though, that even though we're offering an incentive, we do have a cap because we don't have unlimited enterprise fund dollars because the incentive is not an allowable expense under federal funding. And so it's 100% out of airport pocket. And we're doing it as a way to try to offset some of the impact to the businesses and tenants here at the airport.
I do have a question, though, to that 20 days. You had a similar incentive program for Oxnard, and I thought Oxnard actually made its dates.
It was different. We didn't do an incentive.
But I do.
It was closed for 3 months and the director at the time abated rent because of the length of time. During our stakeholder meeting that we had in January, which included, Cahota representatives, and across the board, our FBOs, this question did come up. And because we are not looking at, originally with the reconstruction, we were looking at 3 to 4 months. And that was something we knew seriously would have, could kill some of our businesses. That's the feedback we had. And so we've worked, really hard, including doing all this additional geotechnical data, because for years you've been hearing me up here talking about reconstruction, a $44 million price tag just for the runway. And so we had to get under design under a federal grant, and we partnered with the FAA to keep open the door that as we got into design, if we could do some additional extensive geotechnical work, they were willing to, of course, go with a smaller price tag for doing a rehabilitation. And we're fortunate that we do have this viable option, not only because of the length of reconstruction that we wouldn't be able to get away from because we would have to meet current FAA design standards, but I would say that the FAA would only pay for 100 feet. They won't pay for 150. So we're talking about a mile of a little over a mile of pavement. The rest would have been on us if we wanted to have 100% out of pocket for that additional feet if we wanted to keep more than 100 feet.
And I just wanted to say thank you for giving us those two options and the cost. I do believe on public safety alone, having it consistently just shut down to get it fully done is much better. You don't have an evenness on the ground and all that other.
It's a great
technical
point.
stuff.
We always are trying to balance, safety is always first.
Yeah.
But we also, we're trying to balance. It goes back to, I always think of these scales now after Keith's slide, balancing these different interests, because pilots never want the runway to be closed.
Right.
Our businesses never want, and frankly, because we're an enterprise fund and we do rely on revenues, we too never want our runway closed, but unfortunately, some of our maintenance and our infrastructure improvements require it.
Well, and I think that having it completely shut and done gives you a better quality job as well. And I think that's one of the key things, because we don't want to have to redo it because there was problems. And we don't want planes to get hurt in any way, because that's really expensive.
Yeah.
But-
So
Oh, I was going to say, I think though it's a complete runway shutdown, but the airport will still be open for helicopter and that type of.
That's correct. We will be closing the runway, which is a distinction from closing the airport.
One question, something to think about, actually. Given it's going to be closed for 3 weeks, maybe longer, maybe less, any thoughts on maybe not raising hangar rents for that year? So, because essentially the airport's not going to be usable for a month or better part of a month.
Well, so what I would say is we're going to be bringing and I'm actually, spoiler alert, I'm sorry, in the director's report, Keith is going to get a heads up that rents and fees are coming in May. we have one opportunity, and the bigger issue with just holding rates is that the land rate has an impact on our larger tenants. We only get a shot once every 5 years to adjust their rent. And if we don't take the opportunity to adjust the land rate, which impacts all the tenant rates as the hangar rates as well, then we are set, we won't have another opportunity for another 5 years. And so, it's a balance. It's something, just so you know, I mean, we have begun a methodology study, and the methodology study, we have a stakeholder group. I think you are aware of that. And so we're working on the methodology, and then sometime in 27, we'll be, actually looking at the rent and fee portion to utilizing the methodology that's developed this year. And certainly we are sensitive to costs. Our costs for us are going up as well, and trying to make sure how do we balance everything to cover our costs, because we are an enterprise fund.
Thank you for the recommendation.
Just a thought. Any further questions?
Yes. Will there be night construction?
Yes, so there will be 12 nights of night construction after the main portion of pavement is done, and that'll include the grooving and striping.
And the only reason I ask, in Oxnard, when there was night construction, some of the close neighborhoods, they were concerned that they didn't get notice. Just a heads up to the city, or let somebody know.
That's great feedback.
The second thing is, the previous the question that was asked about holding back on the rent. I respect that. I think that's a good idea, but I can't agree with that if you have to wait 5 years to get a second bite at the apple. I could not support that. The last thing, if we're going to close it down for a period of time, there will be an overflow of flights to the Oxnard airport.
Is there a calculated portion of this anyway? Oh, I thought you were on that.
So candidly, we expect most of the base airplanes for a 3-week period to not fly, but there'll be decisions that individual owners will have to make, whether they relocate their aircraft to do operations. So we could see increases in neighboring airports in the valley.
Would
Yes.
you, in your professional opinion, have any expectation it'd be more jets flying into Oxnard so that the 2 council members here could let our residents know?
Yeah, that is possible, but you have other proximity airports, Burbank and Van Nuys, that's more likely, but we could see aircraft. And it also depends on the facilities that are available, specifically at Oxnard. Access Aviation is the only facility that could occupy. So we could see an increase, not significant in a 3-week period typically.
Thank you very much.
Okay, public comment on this.
Sure.
Oh, we have another question. I'm sorry, Gabe, go ahead.
That's okay. Just real quickly, Mr. Fried, to build off of what Councilmember Perillo mentioned. As we get closer and things start looking a little more solidified, and we have dates and timelines attached that can be shared publicly, when that comes out, I'd certainly be willing to help get the word out to Oxnard residents, just in case they do see an influx. They already have that information proactively.
Thank you for that. We already have you signed up for the next agenda item to help us get the message out. So thank you for that. And we will ask you to do.
Any further questions for airport staff? Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess we'll move to public comment. I know Matt wants to speak and Bill Thomas, but I have a comment card from Renee Brum, so I'm going to let her go first.
It's more of a question because I don't know though.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Brown. Chair, the comment period is 1 comment per person per item at a single meeting, but it is your discretion if you choose to continue with the comment. It's one comment per item at a single meeting, but it is your discretion if you want to.
It's a new item.
at a single meeting. So,
Right, but this is a new item at this meeting.
okay,
So
okay, just
we're on
clarify.
7C. We finished. Fortunately, we finished with 7B. Renee, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Um, like Harrison Ford, any thoughts of using hotel for runway?
Uh,
For a small GA,
Can you repeat the question?
taxiway hotel for runway while it's being closed? Just thought I'd throw it out.
That is a good question. In the old days, a lot of things were allowed by the FAA, like taking parallel taxiways because they are parallel to the existing runways and turning them into a new runway temporarily. No longer allowed with the offsets and the safety requirements. We did ask the question, the answer was no.
Yeah, Bill, you want to make a comment?
Just, there used to be a Caltrans piece of the FAA, Caltrans and Enterprise Fund. I just didn't hear Caltrans.
Aaron, is Caltrans involved in this funding?
Yes, Caltrans is, there's a percentage of projects and bottom line, their maximum is $150,000. So in these large projects, it's $150,000 typically from Caltrans. That can fluctuate over time. That's usually the number.
And Matt?
Thank you, Scott. And my question, I think, involves everybody's CAF. Would the airport be open to doing accelerated permits specifically for events? I know a lot of the businesses would probably be relying on this income when we're closed. Sometimes it could take a couple days. I was wondering if that's possible.
Director, you want to handle that one?
We're open to any ideas that might work during a period like that. That was within the FAA Caltrans guidelines, meets all the requirements.
Thank you. And if I'm doing my math correctly, we're done with Camarillo and now it's Oxnard's turn. Chair Filkins.
Okay, Chair Bear. The next item is a receive and file regarding request for proposal for the development of an approximate 11-acre vacant lot or vacant site, sorry, in the Oxnard Airport runway protection zone. Aaron?
Good evening, Chair Filkins, Chair Bear. I just want to start with, I know we talked a lot in agenda item 7B about RFPs for Oxnard. I'm doing a receive and file because I want to provide information about a request for proposal that we are bringing forward on an 11-acre parcel at Oxnard Airport. We are planning to issue this request for proposal on March 20th. And this is a property that we have received previously interest in development, mostly solar, battery storage, or parking of vehicles. The site, as we go out to RFP, is we are soliciting non-aviation uses because it is non-contiguous with the airfield. You'll see that it is just east of Ventura Road. And so, but the location lies under the runway protection zone. And when you have a property under the runway protection zone, the FAA limits the type of uses that you can have for that property. Typically, that means you can't occupy it, so no human occupation. And any development has to comply with the height limitations for the approach and departure surfaces, otherwise called the Part 77 surfaces. I actually have a slide with some of the height limitations. So you can see that when you start on the west, it's as low as 14 feet. And as you ascend across the property, it goes up to 24 feet on the eastern side. The Department of Airports provided preliminary coordination with the FAA to confirm the type of uses that we could look at for this parcel. And we also coordinated with the city of Oxnard especially when we were being approached about solar and battery storage. I know that Oxnard City Fire had some concerns about battery storage due to the proximity of the location with surrounding neighborhood. So that is something that we certainly took into consideration. And as we go through I'm sorry, it's been a long night and I think I'm garbling my words. As we move forward in this process, I just want to talk a little bit about next steps because we are following a little bit more of what we call the typical RFP process. What Keith presented today for the Camarillo is atypical, and I think Supervisor Lopez sort of alluded to this as well. Typically, we issue an RFP. We're doing that March 20th. We will receive the proposals approximately 30 days later. The department will evaluate the proposals. If we need any special expertise, we bring that into the evaluation. And then we would negotiate a lease with the highest ranked proposer. And then you would next see staff when we're bringing that lease to you, explaining how the process developed and introducing the proposal and the negotiated lease for your recommendation for the board to approve. With that, I'm just happy to answer any questions on this request for proposal for Oxnard if you have it.
I actually have two.
Please.
I think that I have heard that the interested party is looking for solar.
We've had interest for solar. And we've had interest on and off for parking facilities, sort of overflow for the Port of Waimea.
So the question I had, I think, goes back to what Kelly said about glare and reflectivity. So what would be required as far as the study goes if it actually became a solar site?
So there actually is there's a FAA standards. There's a glare and reflectivity study that sets out all the parameters. And so any proposer or any proposal that suggested solar would have to first prove that it meets all the FAA requirements. And there are a lot of solar installations, examples at other airports where it is under the approach or the departure. It has a lot to do with the angles. So we would wait, any movement forward would be contingent upon positive results for a glare or reflectivity study.
And then the other question, if you could put up the picture again. So the yellow would effectively be the development area, and the part that's outlined in red, would there be anything that would go in that?
So yes, the height restrictions are across we are just demonstrating the runway protection zone extends this far into the property. The uses outside of that area are a little bit less restrictive, but we're looking for generally ideas on how this property could be useful. I know that Keith talked about the grant assurances and being self-sustaining, and this is part of our approach to help make sure that, we're utilizing property at Oxnard Airport to help bring in those revenues to sustain it. Good.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Powers, for the information on that. Just a couple quick questions on it. You'd mentioned some of the initial ideas that have come forward from interested parties previously. Looking at the document in the report, it says the county encourages, is on page 215. The county encourages development that is ecologically sustainable. Please indicate which of the following elements and or others not specified that will be incorporated. And there's a couple of bullets there. And one of them is the avoidance of environmentally damaging materials. And I know that this is a consideration, not a requirement, and we're encouraging it. But when I think about battery storage, for example, and the just the component, when to just the create the batteries and then the risk that comes along with them as well, which I'm sure our fire department had expressed, that kind of lands on that bullet for me. The other one is the parking of vehicles. whether they be electric, hybrid, or gas vehicles, internal combustion vehicles, excuse me. They certainly have the potential for leaking of fluids, especially oils, coolant, things that are not great for the environment themselves. And so those are things that come to mind when I see that bullet point. I think, well, what's left to develop on a site where you can't have it, and you can't build structures beyond 12 feet high in some areas and 24 feet in other areas. And so I wonder, what does the Department of Airports have any kind of initial thoughts or visions on what would be a great use there? Or are we just kind of putting it out to the field now and see what comes back?
Well, I think that solar is a perfect example of what may be possible, ground-based solar. We, after our meeting with with the city fire, we aren't entertaining battery storage. So really we have ideas of limited uses, but we also are putting it out there because people are innovative and creative. And so we're putting it out there to the experts really to see if this is what we have. Is there any to invite proposals on what others think might fit?
Sure. Thank you for that. And I'll just, I have one last thing and then a comment. It says here that the deadline is April 23rd, 2026. Do we have any time after that for review and scoring of any submitted proposals and next steps after that?
So first off, the dates in there, we should have been stamping this draft because
of course,
I think the draft that's in there actually has a issue date of tomorrow, the 13th, and we are planning on March 20th. So the dates are subject to.
So the night is still young, Ms. Porter.
So we are issuing it March 20th. The dates are going to be updated to reflect, and I think there's a schedule in there for receiving proposals, potential interviews, and then basically once we do the rankings, then we would whatever time it takes us to negotiate. And as Keith alluded to, that sometimes that can be a couple or a few months and sometimes longer. So we would just bring it back when the department and any proposing entity, we come to agreement on what's a great use for that property.
Great, thank you. My last point I'll make is I want to thank the Department of Airports for being good neighbors and owners of that property compared to conditions it's had in the past. I appreciate the fence going up and the weeds being abated and really being kept in much better shape than it has in previous times. And I remember when the late Supervisor Ramirez was here, and as a then new council member, we sat down and that was one of my agenda items to talk with her about. And there was just some wild ideas thrown out there, but one of them was, well, what about a block wall all along Ventura Road that just was a mural, the entire length of that was community sourced and everything. And then she throws out, well, what about just open space? We'll just put a park there and we won't put benches so people won't be encouraged to hang out there. But all that being said, I just appreciate given the constraints that are existing there, I appreciate the work that's been done by the department to be good neighbors and have it be as visually appealing as it can be. So thank you.
Supervisor Long.
Thank you. One question I had when you said people cannot be on that premise. So is like a public storage facility, is that something that could be where their office is on the outskirt where the striped lines are? Have we kind of put that information out there in the RFP so you could see some other different ideas of how to use that property?
Again, as Aaron mentioned, we had an original proposal that worked. We walked it through the system, so we knew at least solar would work. And that's our starting point.
Okay.
So you're right, storage, probably not a live-in, manager's office, but part-time people being there, not a business the temporary, office time. those
Or
kind of
bus
things.
storage or,
In the end, we also go through the FAA and say, this is what we're proposing to make sure that there's buy-off.
okay, thank you.
Is there any public comment?
Yes. A couple of questions. Well, first off, a statement. I appreciate how the airport authority took concern and credit and action for the soil that was stored there and the impact it had on the residents, and you guys cleaned it up. That was a long drawn out, and I appreciate that. Two questions. Number one, does the site come with water? The reason I asked that, they raised flowers there for a period of time, and there has been a well that's been destroyed on Fifth Street. I don't know if it was connected. Is there any connection? And we have a well several, maybe a mile and a half down the road running artesian. Is there any issues with a water well on site?
So the water well, there is no water any longer to that property. It has been, it's an abandoned well and it was closed.
And it's an abandoned well that was destroyed and sealed appropriate to the county?
I believe
mean-
so. I believe County Public Works was involved.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Any public comment?
We have no public comment on this item.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you.
Should we go on to the director's report, Chair Bear?
You should. Director, you still with us?
We are here. We are ready to go. All right. A few items. I just want to share, Aaron did steal my thunder. We will and may be bringing back the typical rent and fee approval. We have some basic land rent, staff rates, storage rates and utility adjustments, just the basic. But we're also bringing forward, which we've started and we've shared with you, the methodology for rents. We're starting that process. And so you'll see some of that coming in the next few meetings. So just a heads up for that. An item that authority member Tremblay had asked a while back, there was some state assembly bills. We worked with our county council, and I'm just going to summarize some of the things that will be happening. Many of you elected officials through your own entities will get this in another fashion, but regarding Senate Bill 827, a fiscal financial training component will now be required of all members of the legislative body. County clerk of the board, in this case, mostly affects our public members. Obviously, our board of supervisors at a different level will be implementing this training. So emails will be coming from them. Senate Bill 707, there's an update to the teleconferencing and remote participation in meetings. Airport staff is versed in that and will be handling that, making sure we're in compliance with the Brown Act. And then also Senate Bill 707, local agencies are now required to provide copies of Brown Act. You again, through your other agencies, public members through us, will also be getting copies of those. Actually, that happened March 3rd. So if you didn't see that, let me know. And the last two items, actually the last item, two items, sorry, there's a fundraiser poker run flight that's going on at Access Aviation at the Oxnard Airport. Fundraiser for their flight team, California Aeronautical University, fundraiser for their flight team. College universities compete aviation, doing flying events in various places in the United States. So it's a fundraiser to support that team. And then the Golden Knights, the Army's Golden Knights air parachute team is coming back to Oxnard Airport April 13th through 17th. More details to come as we know more about that, but we'll put out obviously communication to our community members before that happens. Now that we have skydiving, it's not really a big change over there, but that's all I have. Chairs, Bilkin, Chair, Bear.
Thank you, Director Freitas.
We have no public comment.
Oxnard Authority? Okay.